Every day we escape, losing all of our faith. We can't live this way.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How we all doing today on this beautiful hump day? My favorite day of the week. It is 8:30 a.m. traders, and we are all set, ready to rock and roll for an amazing day in the stock market. So go ahead, team. I know we're early. We're not officially diving into that pre-market commentary session yet to get you guys prepared, but let's go ahead and hit it hard. Let's start our day with some energy. Good morning and happy hump day. It is Wednesday, June 8th, 8:30 in the morning. And right now we are officially diving into our open floor discussion session. Again, hit me with some questions, comments, anything like that. That's why we dive in early, to make sure that we're helping you guys out, to get you guys prepared for the day, and just drop those value bombs and get you guys educated. Mr. Ed Nevis, what's up? Mr. Rod, Steve, Crypto, Cole, and Corey, Trader Girl Beth. Good morning, traders. Steve, AERC. Yes, so AERC is going to be a stock that we will be just watching today, 100%. Now, here's the one thing that I want to point out about today, traders. There's a lot of stocks with a lot of potential. HUSA could move today. AEVI could rip and run. SIGA could rip and run. AERC, BERU, RDBX, EFOI. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of action in the market. Then you have fresh stocks with fresh news. You have MITO up 50%. You have CYRN up 38%, low float stock. You got EFOI moving up again 28%. So there's a lot of stuff happening today, team. And as a new trader, you may be a little overwhelmed. You're like, Jesus, there's like 10 to 15 stocks that have potential. I'm a little overwhelmed. Let's be honest. We cannot look at 15 to 20 stocks a day. We need to sit here and say, what are the top 3 stocks? The top 3 stocks that we feel have the absolute best opportunity for today. Get to know those stocks. Just watch them. Get to know them. Do your due diligence, right? Become the stock. How is it moving? What's the price action like? Are the technicals being honored? Is it consistently moving on up? Get to know that stock, so when you see an opportunity, you already have just a little bit more confidence to actually get involved in that stock versus being all over the place. 10, 20 stocks. 10, 20 stocks. Oh, this one moved up. Let's scramble to do some DD. Oh, that one just moved up. Let's scramble to do some DD. Calm, cool, collected. There's probably 20 stocks that we could talk about today. And I'll probably just list off the stocks that I think have potential. Then I'm going to sit here and talk to you guys about the 3 stocks that I'm watching. I'll be watching the other ones off to the side. If they do start moving on up, I'll bring them to your attention, just in case that's one of your top stocks, to get you guys prepared to do some due diligence, help you build some plans, all that good stuff. Make sure that you're not missing opportunity, but you will not see me looking at 20 stocks today. For the most part, you'll probably see me looking at 2 to 3 stocks at most. I'll be getting to know these stocks. These are the stocks that I think have the best potential, and we'll dive into that here in a moment. But yes, 100%, I do think AERC has good potential today. I do want to watch AERC above $10 support. So if we can hold above $10 at this point in time, we have potential back up to 14 and then 15 bucks, right? 14 and then 15 bucks. If we do crack below $10, you can see this come back down towards around 865 and still be a stock that has good potential today. Why 865? Well, that was yesterday's halt level. Those halt levels like to hold up as levels of support and resistance, okay? Also, what do we know about penny stocks and that 875? 875 is a psychological level of support and resistance for penny stocks. What happened yesterday when we broke above the 875? We ripped right up to 10 bucks. 875 is just one of those psychological levels for penny stocks. So if we do lose 10, we could see it back down towards around 865 to 875 and still be a stock that has great potential for today. AERC is something that I do want to be looking at. But right now, we're going to take some time and dissect all of these stocks very thoroughly. And then we'll take a vote and see what stocks you think have the best potential for today. I personally want to be looking at stocks that can move. like AERC. I want to find a stock that has potential to rip $5 to $10. I don't really want to be looking at a stock that's already ripped $5 to $10. We could see a bigger pullback on AERC. But if we can identify a stock that has great potential, that has yet to rip 10 bucks, that has the potential to do something like AERC, that's the stocks that I want to be watching for today. Now, can AERC go to 20 and move another $8 to $10 today? 100%. But out of the gate, I'm going to be watching these stocks that have this type of potential, that have yet to run, that could rip and run. Spaz, Dantino, Steve, J. Doss, Morgan, Trader, Adam, Rod, good morning. So here are the stocks that I currently have on my watch list. Okay, if you want to go ahead and add these to a watch list, and then as we go through, we'll dissect these. We'll go ahead and mark up the ones that we're really primarily watching. The other stocks you can put on a back burner watch list. So if one of these top stocks that you're looking at don't really move today, and there's nothing really going on with it, you can remove it and then add something else to your watch list. 3 stocks, team, right? Really make sure you're removing the distractions, you're eliminating the noise, and you're looking at the stocks that you think have the absolute best potential for today. Q-Tip, what's up? Good morning. So we have CYRN. All right, so CYRN, there is a press release, right? At one point, it was up 34%. It's actually still up about 36% at this point in time on a deal to sell secure email gateway business, CYRN. Why do I like this stock? Well, it's a very low flow. It's 5 million in flow. It's trading 6 million shares today. On average, 2 million. We've seen the stock go on some massive moves in the past, right? It opens on up, it rips. It opens on up, it rips. It opens on up, it rips. We do get some upper shadows though, so it's safe to say that this stock could give us a little bit of a late day fade and fall. Right? Still close green, but not close like we saw with like AERC, where it was very, very strong. Okay, so we have CYRN. Just looking at the stock, has this stock gapped up? And if it has gapped up in the past, what happened during these gap ups? Because right now we would be gapping up from 177 to 240. That's a pretty big gap up. Have we seen pretty big gap ups? And if so, what has the stock done? Well, I can see here's a decent little gap up. It went red on the day. Here's a little bit of a gap up. It went red on the day. A little bit of a gap up. It was red on the day. And other than that, the stock doesn't really gap up. The stock normally just opens and rips. Opens and rips. Open and rip. So we'll have to see. It's kind of 50-50 right now. I do like CYRN. There is some heat and some focus with the penny stock market at this point in time. It's a very low float stock. It's trading 3 times the average volume. It's only up 38% at this point in time. And it has some great potential. And it's a stock that has yet to rip. And if there is going to be a stock that really rips $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, it could absolutely be CYRN. So at this point in time, it's definitely something I'm considering being one of my top stocks for the day. Not right now. We still have 20 other stocks to look at. But it's definitely something I would consider making a top stock. Okay? MITO. I don't really want to be watching MITO, personally. I just don't. I don't like these cheap stocks. Right? I just really don't like these cheap stocks, guys. Now, MITO does have a press release, right? Announcing data demonstrating improvements in upper motor neuron functions in ALS disease model at Keystone Symposium. So right now you have MITO up 45%, trading 6 million shares, on average 2. So it has high relative volume. It's a relatively low float stock. It's 33 million in float, but at this point in time, it's 40 cents. I don't like these super duper cheap stocks. That's just me. So I already know this will not be one of my top stocks. It will not be. If this is one of your top stocks for the day because you like that it's so cheap, you think it has potential, it works for your smaller account, you think it could rip up 20 cents or so, what do we have with MITO? Well, you do have some support back down right around the 50 SMA and right around this spiking high from May 12th. That's right around 37 to 38 cents. So let's see if it can hold 37 to 38 cents. If not, you can see it down at 32 cents. Now, if we do start to see some volume move in off this 37, 38 cent level of support, and we start breaking back above 40 cents, which is also the VWAP, you could see it up to 47 cents. Absolutely. Then you could see it right around 50 cents. That's psychological resistance. Over 50 cents, you could see 60 cents. And then over 60 cents, you do have potential up towards around 72 and 73 cents. Okay, so those are going to be your levels of support resistance. You know why the stock's moving on up. You know it has higher volume today than it normally does on average. And it's a lower float stock. It could definitely rip and run. If you like this stock because it works for your smaller account, go ahead and get prepared on MITO and then simply sit back, be patient, and wait for an opportunity to present itself. MITO is not going to be a stock that I'm personally looking at for today because I do not like these sub-dollar stocks. All right. CYRN is one of the top candidates for me at this point in time, possibly one of my top 3 stocks. Okay. So we have CYRN. I'm going to go ahead and select that and highlight that in blue as it is a stock that I'm considering being one of my top 4 today. All right. EFOI. EFOI, this stock has been absolutely amazing the past week. From a first mid-candle breakout that played out beautifully. We were talking about this one yesterday for a mid-candle breakout. And here's the only thing that I didn't care about this stock was the stock started to rip on up, starting to break those levels for the mid-candle breakout. It didn't do anything for literally 2 hours. It just laid flat, little to no volume. 8,000 shares, 14,000 shares, and I'm on 5-minute candles. So here we traded 9,000 shares over 5 minutes, 8,000 shares over 5 minutes, 14, 28, and then out of nowhere, boom, 800,000 shares moves on in pretty randomly over lunch. So it was a very random rip, but it ripped. And then it hit, 365 in post market. This stock still has tons of potential. We have good volume once again today. It's a very low float stock. It's also a prior day mover. It could continue to rip and run to the upside. We just pulled back and we held the 200 SMA. So at this point in time, I do like EFOI. I think EFOI has great potential. We have support right now around $3. Resistance, post-market high of 365. So there's tons of potential here. So much room to the upside. And if we start breaking that 365 level, you have potential to $4. You could see this bad boy up towards around $4.59 and then maybe even $5. So we can see here that this stock still has so much room to the upside, tons of momentum, tons of consistency. We have great volume once again today, back-to-back mid-candle breakouts that have played out very nicely. I think EFOI could be one of my top stocks for today as well. So EFOI, right now we have $3 support. If we start cracking back below $3, you want to watch it above yesterday's high a day, which is 248 here on EFOI. So at this point in time, EFOI is absolutely one of my top stocks for the day. I'm going to go ahead and throw this up on a separate watch list so I can just continue to observe it. Make sure we don't miss any opportunities. All right, so EFOI, definitely thinking this could be one of my top stocks for the day. I'm definitely thinking CYRN could be one of my top stocks for today as well. What's next on the list? What's next? RDBX. I do like RDBX, and there's a few reasons I like it. Number one, it's consistent. Now, it was below that 200 SMA for a few days. I didn't like it underneath the 200 SMA. But yesterday, we followed through. We broke the 200 SMA, and we saw an increase in volume. Number one. Number two, everybody and their mom are talking about Redbox. Everybody and their mothers. My grandma called me, hey, is Redbox going to be the next AMC? Should I buy it at $8? That's the hype around Redbox. We have a lot of hype, so it can definitely move. Number two. Number three, it's really heavily shorted. You'll look at RDBX, and you'll look at that short data. 180% is the short interest. Shares short right now on RDBX, 3.5 million. What's the float on RDBX? The float right now is 8 million in float, but 3 million shares are currently short. That is extremely high. So you have the short squeeze hype. Everybody and their mom think it's going to be the next AMC GameStop, right? It's been moving up consistently. When it moves, it moves. It's gapping up today, right now at this point in time, 18%. So I do like RDBX. I think the stock could really take on off. I see potential to 1174. I see potential today to 1386. We could see 15. We could start retesting some of these prior highs from last November. We know that then when these short squeeze hype stocks really start opening on up, they really start taking on off. So at this point in time, 100% RDBX is another top stock for me for today. RDBX at this point in time, guys, 100%. One of the top stocks I want to be watching. I've just identified 3 stocks that I want to pay close attention to. CYRN at this point in time, I definitely think it's a top stock. It has potential to rip. EFOI has potential to continue to rip to the upside. RDBX, high watch for that possible short squeeze. I like it. Okay, what about SIGA? I'm still 50-50 with it at this point in time. Right? It's something that I will be looking at throughout the day. If it starts moving on up, maybe there's opportunity. But right now at this point in time, I want to eliminate the noise. And it looks like SIGA could be considered a little noisy at this point in time. Wouldn't you guys agree? Look at SIGA and compare it to RDBX. Compare it to EFOI. Compare it to CYRN. Wouldn't you guys agree that SIGA would be a noisy stock that maybe we can really add to the back burner? Absolutely. AERC. I'm still a little 50-50 with it. This stock has already gone from $2.50 to $15 in 2 days. It's due for a pullback. And the second we start seeing that pullback, it could really dump on off, right? You have the first red day. When a stock really starts taking on off and you get your first red day, you typically start dumping on off. Is AERC optionable? Maybe we could trade some put contracts on this, assuming they're not crazy expensive, if we do indeed start to see that dump on off. There's no options. So I don't know. It's just something about AERC, guys, that it has potential, but at the same time, it's already up. Ridiculous. In just the past 2 trading sessions, it's up 400% in the past 2 trading sessions. Could it go another 500%? Absolutely, it could. It could go back up, Jesus, to $100. To 100. It could. It could. But at the same time, it could dump on back off. So this is a tough one for me because I see the upside potential still with Redbox. I see a little bit more upside potential with EFOI. Look at EFOI. This stock's up 166%. It's up a lot, but it's not up 500% like AERC. What's Redbox up just from these lows? It's up 200%. Still up a lot, but it's not up 500%. CYRN, it has potential to be one of those stocks that go 100, 200, 300%. So AERC, I do like this stock, and I see tons of potential with it. And it's a challenge right now because there's so many great looking stocks, but we have to do our due diligence and be professionals and say, what stocks do we think have the absolute best opportunity? So let's do this. Let's check AERC, and maybe something happens over the next 30 minutes to where CYRN comes off, right? Maybe CYRN just starts dumping in the next 20 minutes. Well, then we don't really want to watch it. Then we could definitely replace it with AERC. You have AUVI that has potential today as well, guys. All right, AUVI is up 115% just from yesterday. We have potential to get up towards around 337. So that's another 50 to 60% potential to the upside. AUVI even has really good potential today. So this is what I mean, team. When you come into the market and you have 10 stocks moving, you really have to take the time to do your due diligence to really try to identify which one of these stocks do you think are the absolute best and get to know that stock, okay? So AUVI even has potential. If we can get back above yesterday's close, which we are right now, we could start ripping back up to 282. We could start ripping back up towards around that 200 SMA at 337. AUVI has some phenomenal potential today as well. And we're not done. What about HUSA? It could move, but I think there's better opportunity. It's still something on a back burner. What about VERU? It could move, right? But I still think there's better opportunity. Look at VERU in pre-market. look at HUSA in pre-market and compare it to RDBX. Clearly, RDBX looks better. Look at EFOI. Clearly, EFOI looks better. CYRN looks better. AERC looks better. AUVI looks better. So it's safe to say that these 5 stocks appear to look the best from a technical perspective, and they all have phenomenal potential to the upside. So right now, traders, I'll be looking at CYRN, EFOI, RDBX, AERC, and AUVI. And my goal over the next 38 minutes is to see if I can remove 2 more of those stocks and get this down to 3 stocks for today. Okay? Right now, at this point in time, back burners that could move on up. And if they start moving on up, maybe we can shift our focus over if there's opportunity. Those stocks on the back burner at this point in time, as they seem to be a little noisy. VERU, HUSA, SIGA, QUBT, and MITO. Those stocks are going to be on my back burner for today. If you guys have anything else that you think has great potential, let me know. All right, it's 8:53 in the market, and we've pretty much dissected that watch list over the past 30 minutes. I can't seem to get an edge with the SPY and the Qs today, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I cannot seem to get an edge on direction with the SPY and the Qs. Now, most of the time we come in, I can identify what direction it's going. We're always normally 80% of the time hitting it on the head, absolutely crushing it. But today is just one of those days that I cannot seem to get an edge on the SPY and the Qs as far as what direction it's going. I just can't. Now, if you guys have some analysis on the SPY and the Qs that you want to share, go ahead. But all I see is we're just ranging sideways. And you guys know me, I don't like ranging markets. I like stocks that can break out of ranges and start trending a little bit. We're holding above the 20 EMA at 305. Resistance, 312 on the Qs. The SPY has support down at 408. That's right around that 20 EMA. Top resistance at 416. Right? The SPY's been very choppy for the last couple of weeks, just sideways. And I expect it to continue to remain sideways and choppy leading up to the CPI data here on Friday. The Qs, some would say head and shoulders formation. I can see the head and shoulders, but I also see sideways chop. So I'm 50-50 on the SPY and the Qs right now at this point in time. I know that's not what you want to hear, but that's the reality. I'm 50-50 on the SPY and the Qs. I cannot really seem to get an edge on where I confidently feel the SPY and the Qs are going to be going for today. So, where's my focus? My focus is going to be with these small cap penny stocks, right? Because these stocks have great potential to rip and absolutely run. And we saw some great action yesterday with penny stocks. If we see choppy price action with the SPY and the Qs, why play the chop when we have consistent movement on these penny stocks, right? Where's the opportunity? Right? You go out to a house to quote a job and they want some paint work done and they want you to hammer in some siding and you go ahead and give them a quote. They say, all right, go ahead and do the work right now. And you're like, well, I only brought my paintbrush. So you can only do that job and paint the house. You don't have all of your tools. You're not positioned correctly. You're not prepared, right? We have all of our tools in our tool belt. And right now we can clearly see that the best of the best opportunity isn't with the SPY and the Qs. Right? The best of the best opportunity is with penny stocks. So that's the analogy that I give. Have those tools in the tool belt. Futures trading. Understand how to trade futures maybe. Options trading. Understand how to trade options. Penny stocks, right? Understand how to trade penny stocks, day trade. You guys want to swing trade. Understand and learn how to swing trade stocks, right? Add those tools to your tool belt. So no matter the opportunity that presents itself, you're prepared. So if you're only an options trader on the SPY and the Qs, that may be hard for you today. You may be sitting back because it's going to be challenging maybe to trade the SPY and the Qs. So I always recommend adding those tools to your tool belt because if options are going to be tough, like let's say the VIX is at 80 and let's say there's so much volatility and those premiums are sky high and you can't trade options for the day, but you see everybody else trading penny stocks because there's action. You're like, man, I wish I could trade pennies. You can just get to know penny stocks, understand how to trade them, the edge that works for you in that particular market. And then you have that tool in your tool belt. So no matter where the opportunity is, you can take advantage of it. DIDI for the possible mid-candle breakout over on DD. DIDI. Are you looking at maybe like a weekly, a monthly, a daily? Because I'm not seeing a mid-candle breakout at this point in time on DIDI. Unless you're counting the move here from the 3rd of June, where we started. We opened up, and then we're pulling back, and we see this candle in the middle of these 2 days. So if that's what you're looking at here is these 2 candles here, these 2 red candles, and then this candle yesterday right in the middle of these 2 candles. I've seen these play out before, right? I've seen these not crystal clear, not A+ mid candles play out before. Obviously, with those mid candles, we want that big green day, right? That massive green day, candle right in the middle, then that 3rd day to explode. Kind of like what we had with EFOI. Nice big green day, 2nd day right in the middle, explosion. Nice big green day, 2nd day right in the middle, 3rd day, explosion. These are those A+ mid-candle breakouts. But yes, I have seen stuff like DIDI play on out before, 100%. Joey, what's up? Good morning. Steve, what's up? Angela, Tech, DBDB. It is 8:58. So what are we going to go ahead and do, guys? What are we going to go ahead and do? We're going to drop that stream over on TikTok. So if you guys want to join us over on YouTube, feel free. We'll be live for the next 30 minutes up until the market open. So go ahead and come on over, get prepared, ask some questions. We'll see you guys on YouTube. Alpha Day Trading. The link is in my bio. Let's have an awesome day. Let's make some money. And let's make it happen, guys. I'll see you guys back here. All right, we are all set, guys. We have 30 minutes. What we're looking to see is if any other stock starts moving on up, right? Is there another stock with a 9 a.m. press release? Are we going to see another low float stock really take on off? Are we going to see maybe CYRN dump to where we can completely remove that from our top stock watch list? We have 30 minutes to continue to get prepared for the day. So let's use this time wisely and get prepared for the day team. All right. Any questions? Let me know. You want me to redo some analysis on one of these stocks if you're just now tuning in? Please let me know. Right now, at this point in time, it's safe to say we're all prepared. We know exactly what stocks have the best potential and what stocks that I'm personally be watching for today. Oh my goodness. What? Dude, hold on. Let me rub my eyes real quick. It's Angel. He's back. We were talking about you yesterday. We got to get Angel back in chat. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. Let me rub my eyes. Am I dreaming right now? Wake up, Josh. Wake up. No, you're awake, buddy. Mr. Angel. What's up, buddy? Welcome back. Again, we were talking good things about you yesterday, sir. Fantastic things about you. What's up? What's up? All right, team. So it's 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. and we have a lot of traders just now tuning in for the first time. And I know you guys love the intro and it gets you fired up. So let's take 2 minutes. Let's roll that intro once again to get you guys fired up for the day. Then we'll go back through what stocks we're looking at, mark up those levels, get you prepared. If you have any questions, we'll answer those questions and make sure we're all set, ready to rock right at 9:30, guys. I'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Let's roll that intro and let's get fired up. And we are officially back, and we're going to start fresh like we haven't even showed up yet for the day. Good morning, traders. What's up and what's going on? And happy hump day. Welcome back, traders, to Alpha Day Trading. I hope you guys had a wonderful evening, that you are well rested, that you are focused and ready to attack this trading day. As you can tell, like every single day, I am fired up to work with each and every one of you. As you know, my number one goal, team, is to help you achieve your goals in the stock market. I'm here every single day to help you achieve those goals, to have that freedom that you guys want, to, again, make that money in the stock market that you guys want. That's what I'm here for, is to help you achieve your goals every single day. So I want to help you guys succeed as traders, to help you lock in those consistent profits in the stock market, to figure out and learn what it takes to be a professional trader. So team, let's hit it hard today. And I cannot wait, once again, to work with you all and to see you get inside of Profit Chat. That's my number one goal for today, is to see every single trader in chat posting up profits in Profits Chat. If you're just now tuning in, we started at 8:30. Like I said last week, every single morning moving forward, we will be starting our days at 8:30. Typically from 8:30 to 9 a.m., it's an open floor discussion. But here recently, we've actually been getting prepared between 8:30 and 9 a.m. And that's leaving us with an additional 30 minutes to answer your questions, to review your stocks. Again, to make sure that you are prepared even further after the fact that I've gotten you prepared. All right. So with that being said, if you've missed anything, if you're just now tuning in, if I need to go back through these, okay, I will. And if we see that consistently, that a lot of traders are showing up at 9 a.m. still, and I have to do it again for the second time, we may just continue to hold that off until 9 o'clock and strictly use that first 30 minutes from 8:30 to 9 for solely an open floor Q&A discussion, team. All right. So right now we have 25 minutes until the market opens. Good morning. Another Steve. What's up? Rod, Crypto Cole, George, Jakey, Lakey, Angel, Rod. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, traders from around the world. How are y'all doing today? Good morning and welcome back. So let's go ahead and one more time run over these low float penny stocks that I'll be watching today. Now, there's about maybe 10 stocks that have good potential. Okay, there are about 10 to 15 stocks that could rip and run today. But I've went ahead and worked with the team from 8:30 to 9 to dissect a good majority of these stocks, to identify the top 5 stocks that I think have the best potential for today. A lot of these stocks have news, okay? Some of them have news. If you don't understand how we've dissected these stocks, how we've identified them, why they are watch list worthy stocks, get inside of that video lessons library and study up. Pre-market stock selection talks about how we actually identify stocks in the morning to eliminate that noise to find the top 3 to 5. If you guys do not know how to do that, dive into the video lessons library and watch that lesson today. So number one, we have CYRN at this point in time. That is definitely going to be a top stock. It has some news, great volume, low float. If you want to check out that press release, it's in the morning stock newsletter. If you want to check out that press release, it's in alerts. All right, team. And if you do not know how to dissect stocks to get prepared, go ahead and watch that lesson in the video lessons library. Number one stock that I'm going to be watching today, one of my top stocks, not the number one, but one of my top stocks, is going to be CYRN for today, team. Okay. Number two, I will be watching EFOI for today. Number three, and probably my number one stock at this time. So if I had to go in order, I would say number one, RDBX. Okay, definitely like this stock. It's a part of my top stock watch list. I think it has great potential for today. RDBX. Number 4, AERC has good potential. And number 5, AUVI has some decent potential. So in order, number 1, RDBX. Number 2, EFOI. Number 3, AERC. Number 4, CYRN. Number 5, AUVI. So since number 4 and 5 are kind of like right now, but still have good potential, I'm looking at these three. RDBX, a primary watch right at 9:30. Okay, number 2, primary watch right at 9:30, AERC. And number 3, I'm going to have to choose EFOI. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's readjust this watch list. Let's go ahead and put AERC at the bottom, RDBX at the bottom. And then what do we say? EFOI at the bottom. And this is how I usually dissect my watch list, if you guys are wondering. Okay, so I have the SPY and the Qs. I'm always looking at the VIX, the Russell. Okay, then I have all of my penny stocks. If I'm watching large caps for options, I will add these in here as well. But what I normally do is I have a watch list of stocks that have potential. And they're not color-coded whatsoever. So at one point in time, all of these stocks were not color-coded, and they were all over the place. So what I typically do is I color-code the top stocks, typically 3 to 5 stocks that I think have the best potential. I will highlight them in blue. And then I try to identify 2 to 3 stocks that I'm watching right at 9:30. And I'll bring those to the bottom. So the stocks that I'm watching right at 9:30 are highlighted in blue because these are the top stocks that I want to watch for the day that I think have the best potential. So what I just did is I drug these 3 stocks down to the bottom. And these other 2 stocks here that are highlighted are other stocks that I believe have good opportunity. They are a part of my top 5 stock watch list for today. These other stocks here that are not highlighted, these are going to be stocks that have potential, but I'm not looking at them right at 9:30. So RDBX, AERC, and EFOI, the top 3 stocks that I'm watching right at 9:30. I like CYRN. It's one of my top stocks for today. AUVI, one of my top stocks for today. But the 3 that I'm really focused on out of the gate are these 3 here. Okay, these 3 here. I am still going to be peeking at MITO throughout the day. Maybe it moves. QUBT, SIGA, HUSA, VERU. These are back burner stocks at this point in time. So we see everything here that's not highlighted, right? These stocks that are not highlighted, these are going to be my back burner stocks. These 5 stocks that are highlighted are my top 5 stocks for today that I think have the best potential. And then I want to narrow it down even further. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking 2 to 3 of those 5 stocks that I'm watching right at 9:30. And those 3 stocks out of the 5 right at 9:30 are RDBX, AERC, and EFOI. And that's how I build my watch list every single day, team. How do you highlight the watch list in thinkorswim? So right here, you see that little settings icon, and you got these little boxes. So if you just click that little box here off to the right on your watch list, it'll say mark row. So you can actually mark that row or do control space. So like right now, I can go control space, and it should. Oh, I have a Mac keyboard. That's why. So if I click on this one here, control space, that's actually not working. That's good old TD Ameritrade for you. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, so if you click on a ticker and you do control space, it'll highlight in blue. Control space highlights it in blue. Well, it's supposed to. Oh. It's actually not working. That's weird. You see it highlighting in blue, but when I click off of it, it goes away. So either way, just go ahead and not right click, but click on that tiny little box way off to the right. Go down and click the mark row. And that's how I get to highlight those stocks in blue. And that's how I dissect my watch list even further. AMC and Apple. So the one thing I'm going to say about Apple, okay, AAPL, Apple, is it's going to follow suit with the overall market. Okay, if the SPY is dumping today, what do you think Apple's going to do? It's going to dump. The SPY and the Qs are ripping today. What's Apple going to do? It's probably going to rip. If the market's sideways and choppy, you could see some sideways choppiness. All right. So look at the SPY yesterday. SPY straight up, kind of flat in pre-market. The Qs straight up, kind of flat. Apple yesterday straight up, flat. It's going to correlate very closely and very tightly with the broader market, the SPY and the Qs. Okay. So you have to be looking at the SPY and the Qs, to determine what direction Apple's going. If you see a really good short setup on Apple, okay, a really good short setup, and you're going puts, but you see the SPY and the Qs ripping, don't expect to make money on Apple because it's going to follow suit. It's going to correlate, and it's going to move with the overall market. So you have to be watching the SPY and the Qs. 80% of your due diligence, 80% of your analysis needs to be done right now on the SPY and the Qs, and then go in and do some analysis on Apple, on Tesla, on AMD. Okay? Right now, when the market is volatile and there's that heightened volatility, okay, you will see these individual stocks correlate very, very closely to SPY and the Qs. AMC, I think Apple, number one, is a great long-term investment. If you own Apple right here at 148, I don't think that's a bad price to own Apple at, personally. I mean, Apple's a great company. It's down 18%, at one point down 27%, but still, Apple down 20%. Would I buy it? 100%. Absolutely. It's a great long-term hold. But if it was a day trade or a swing trade, it wasn't really an investment, then you have to make the decision to manage your trade properly. You could see Apple up towards around 151 today. That's a possibility, 151.46, but it really depends on what the SPY and the Qs do. I don't really look at AMC, guys. AMC and GameStop, BlackBerry, a lot of those hype meme stocks, I don't look at them. There's no point to look at them, in my opinion. If they move, and we'll trade them. But if they're not moving, there's no reason to look at these stocks whatsoever. And what did AMC do yesterday? It moved on up, and now it's flat. What did it do? It kind of correlated with the overall market. AMC just moved because the SPY ripped on up. The Qs ripped on up. And we see the exact same movement with AMC here. What about the day before? AMC dumped and faded down. What did the SPY do the day before? The SPY the day before dumped and faded down, right? What did the Qs do the day before, right? They dumped and faded down. What did AMC do? It dumped and faded down. You can see that direct correlation with the broader market. So once again, if you're looking to trade AMC, you have to be looking at the SPY and the Qs, because that's going to determine where AMC could possibly go to next. That's going to determine where Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft could go next. Is oil doing anything? At 120 a barrel, it's up about $1 right now at this point in time. So crude oil is at 120 a barrel now. Slow, steady grind to the upside. Good morning, AUVI. Yes, so we've discussed AUVI. So AUVI needs to be above 217, right? 217 to 218. Actually, I don't even know why I said 217 to 218. It is 218. Okay, that was yesterday's close. You want to see this stock getting above and holding above and staying above yesterday's close. Now, if we can see that break and that hold above yesterday's close of 218, that's when we could see that next leg up. Where could we see AUVI go? First target, 250. Second target, 272 to 282. Why do I give you a range of 272 to 282? How many times was 272 hit? One time, two times. How many times was 282 hit? One time. So you give yourself a window of this level of resistance, 272, to that exact high of 282. So your second target would be this 10-cent window between 272 and then 282. And then we start marking up additional levels to the upside. Where would our third target be? $3. Why? It's psychological resistance. It's a whole number. It's $3. And then where's the next target? Well, we know that the 200 SMA is one of the strongest moving averages for support resistance. And what price is that at? It's at 337. So here would be your targets on AUVI. So first target, 250. First level of resistance. Second target, 272 to 282. Third target, $3. Final target, 337. But just because we have targets doesn't mean we're buying it, right? Just because there's great targets to the upside doesn't mean we're buying it. we have to wait for the opportunity first. So what I would be waiting for is for this stock to prove itself. Get above yesterday's close. Show that that 218, yesterday's close, is going to hold as a level of support. And if you see that break in that retest, then you can look to get long to 250, to your second target, your third target, your fourth target, if you decide to leave a runner on the table. Mr. Joey, what's up, buddy? Mr. Joey inside of chat. What's going on, boss? How we doing, Mr. Joey? Absolutely. 100%. We're going to have an awesome day in the market team. We're going to have some fun. We're going to make some money. All right. We're going to make it happen. So let's go ahead and do this. Why not? Let's go ahead and take a vote inside of chat. And the vote is going to be, what stock do you guys think is going to do the best today? So what stock do you think will do the best today? And I'm going to list off the 5 that I think have the best potential, and I'll put other. And other would be one of these back burner stocks that we've discussed. So, do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be RDBX? Do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be AERC? Do you think it's going to be EFOI? Do you think it's going to be maybe CYRN? Do you think it's going to be AUVI? Or do you think it's going to be maybe one of these back burner stocks? And those stocks would be like BERU, SIGA, HUSA, etc. All right. So team, if you are new to chat, you see 2 places where the poll just popped up. Number 1, above the chat room here. So if you have the chat room popped out, you can still click this. Go ahead and cast your vote. If you're inside a chat, you will see that pop up right here at the bottom. The closest to chat is the most current poll. You can simply come up here, click on the poll, go ahead and cast your vote. What stock do you think will do the best today? Do you think it's going to be RDBX, AERC, EFOI, CYRN, or AUVI? I'm going to cast my vote, and I think today could definitely be RDBX. So everybody inside of chat, go ahead and cast those votes. If you're on YouTube, go ahead and type those up in the messages. Let me know what you guys are thinking. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? And the audio, I made a lot of adjustments, just so you guys know. A lot of filters, a lot of setting adjustments last night. If it's way too loud, let me know. If it's a little distorted when I talk loud, let me know. I can back down that gain just a smidge, but just let me know how the audio is before we dive into it. I made a lot of adjustments. I was up late last night to make sure that we have a stable stream, no connectivity issues, no audio issues. Make sure that we're good to go. So hopefully we're good to go. Sound is perfect. Hopefully it sounds better. I was up for 2 hours last night fixing everything. Trying to figure out what it was. The AUVI. AUVI's got some potential today, guys. HUSA has good potential. AUVI has good potential. Let's see what you guys are thinking inside of chat right now. We have about 9 minutes until the market opens. We have 70% of chat saying RDBX. We have 10% of chat saying CYRN and 10% of chat saying a back burner. So right now, let's go ahead and focus on RDBX unless we get a tiebreaker. We have 69 viewers inside of chat right now with 20 votes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's okay. Go ahead and click that button. Cast that vote. What are you guys thinking? So we have EFOI, 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 RDBX, RDBX, RDBX. We got one AERC. And AERC is actually a stock that I will be watching today. So what are my top stocks once again? EFOI, it's on the watch list. I have it on a chart. CYRN is another one, but right now it's not looking the best, is it? AUVI is another one. And then here we have AERC, AERC off to the side. The number one stock that we will be watching right out of the gate is going to be RDBX at this point in time, traders. RDBX at this point in time. So anything that we missed, we talked about MITO, we talked about EFOI, CYRN, RDBX. I think we are all set, ready to rock. As you guys know, having a hard time getting an edge on the SPY and the Qs. That doesn't mean I'm not going to be watching the SPY and the Qs. I'm just saying I'm having a hard time getting an edge on the SPY and the Qs today. I still think it might be a little choppy here on the SPY and the Qs team. And also, traders, another thing that I want to throw out before we get going for today. I had a lot of you email me yesterday saying I couldn't sign up. The coupon wasn't taking. So I realized that I forgot to click the save button. Whoops, my bad. I was clicking the a wrong button. It was a blue button, just like the save button, but it was a support button that I clicked. And then it looked like it saved. So for those of you that emailed me yesterday saying, Josh, I tried to sign up with coupon ADT100, but I couldn't sign up to get the free course, to get the 10% off. It is active now. So I will go ahead and open that up until noon today. Yesterday, I was going to extend it. But since you guys had some issues yesterday, I clicked save. It's in the system. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. If you were one of those individuals that emailed me yesterday having a hard time applying that coupon, and again, that was my bad, trader. So that was my bad. But you're all set, ready to rock and roll for today. So let's go ahead and start building a plan on RDBX, okay? Let's go ahead and take the next 6 minutes to really get an idea what we could see out of the gate with RDBX. We can see that we have some support right around that 10 to 1013. So we see these lower shadows here right around, 1010. So I would say watch this above 10 to 1010. Maybe we open, maybe we get a washout long right into that 10 to 1010, and then a nice big rip on up. If we do indeed crack below 10 and 1010, your next level of support is going to be back down at $9.42. So right now at this point in time, RDBX, we have a couple things. If we open on up and we see a washout long, we just see the stock open and wash out and flush out to 10 and 1010, I would be looking for a possible dip buy on RDBX to get the day going, right? So if I get filled at 10 and 1010 and I see this thing down at like 980, I'm out, right? I'll wait for it to come on down to 942 and then look for another dip buy or an opportunity there right around 942. So again, if we open on up, we have a quick washout long to like 10, 10, 10. That could be a quick entry for a quick scalp. If we ever do lose that 10 to 10, 10 level, back down towards around 942 for a possible dip buy. If we just open and rip, I'll probably sit on my hands and just wait for it to actually set up. If it opens and just starts screaming to the upside, I'll be watching the stock and waiting for a really good opportunity to present itself. RDBX is the number one. Orders typed up. I'm ready to go. So if I see what I want to see out of the gate, a nice washout long down to that 10 to 10-10 level, I will be looking for a possible washout long dip buy to get the day going. Now, what could we see it do if it does wash out right down to that 10-10-10 level and it bounces strong? It could technically get back up to these highs at 11. So we could see maybe a dollar push out of the gate with that much volatility. It wouldn't surprise me if we come down. We do see a proper washout long and we see that bounce. It wouldn't surprise me if it hits 11 bucks. So we can get maybe a full dollar out of this very quickly. And like I said, if I see this, bids at like 980, I'll be watching the level 2. That's it. Watching the level 2. If I see those buyers dipping below 10, I'm going to start getting out of that position. Steven S. is already locking in $100 on the day on a quick pre-market trade. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. That's amazing. So traders, I'm strapped in. I'm locked and loaded. I'm ready to just get back, hitting it hard. If you have any questions about today, please let me know. If you have any questions about Josh, your trading seems a little weird. Your trading seems a little odd. Just ask me a question and I'll be more than happy to give you a response. If you guys mirror trade me, please don't. I'm just going to throw that out there. If you guys mirror trade me consistently over the past few months, where you guys have been able to mirror trade because I've been scaling back my size a lot, looking for these bigger picture trades that play out over 10, 15, 20 minutes, right? And you guys have been successful. Congratulations, okay? If you mirror trade me, I don't recommend it. Number one, I think that's a terrible idea. I would definitely not recommend it today. You're going to see the old Josh come out, okay? You will not be able to mirror trade me. The way I trade is unique. The way I trade is odd. I tend to not trade the way I typically trade. I don't want to set bad examples, but again, I'm setting the right expectations. I trade uniquely. The way I trade is very unique to me, and most traders look at it like, what the heck's going on? If you try to mirror trade the way I trade today, team, okay, just throwing that out there ahead of time, you're going to get destroyed, okay? Because the way I trade is fast and weird, and just don't mirror trade today, okay? But I'm ready to lock in some profits, okay? I'm ready to lock in some profits. I'm ready to make it happen. And if you guys have any questions about anything today, please let me know. Of course, I'm still watching these stocks. We're going to break down these plays. We're going to get you guys prepared. We're going to build these plans for you. We're going to get you these opportunities to get you in profits chat. But please do not mirror trade me, team. All right? Right now, we got 5 seconds to go, and I'm ready to rock and roll here. We are live. We are live at this point in time. Number one stock is RDBX that I'm watching right out of the gate. Jonathan saying, Josh, you should have 1,000 viewers right now. Plus, this channel is absolutely amazing for those who want to put the work in. I couldn't agree more, buddy. I couldn't agree more, and I do not know why. And I don't even care why. But you're right. There should be a lot of people. There's a lot of value in these streams. There's a lot of education. And I'm glad that you guys are here at least, that you're getting that value, you're getting that education, you're learning what it takes, you're making profit. It absolutely fires me up. Absolutely fires me up. So right now, team, like I said, opening on up, wash out long to 10 and then 10, 10. I would take it for a dip buy, but that candle didn't come down for 10, 11. It was about 14 cents away. If that candle shadow right here, if that lower shadow right here was right at that green line, I would have jumped in with a big position. I would have jumped in with a very big position. RDBX, if it does drop below that 10, 11 area, we can see it up at 940, down at 942 next, team. It would be down at 942. So I have not taken a trade yet, team. I have not taken a trade yet at this point in time. I'm sitting back waiting. So right now, nice little pullback. This is a quick red to green move. Very, very quick. It happened over the course of 3 minutes, but we see the open, the drop, the quick base, the quick break over the open. A little bit of this red to green move here on RDBX. I'm still sitting back waiting for the best possible entry, team. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Are we going to get it? Oh, I didn't get filled. Cancel. 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 Why did I not get filled? Ah! I had a limit order in right at that 10.11. Where'd it come down to? It came down to 10.11 to the penny. How did it not get filled? Ah, it's okay. That's okay. I didn't get filled there. It just happened so quick, but it popped back up like 30 cents or so. That's unfortunate. I'm waiting now. I'm not taking that 10.11 now. It already hit it to the penny. You see how we came down to the penny at 10.11? That was the dip buy. That was the dip buy level. And I did not get filled, so I canceled out my order there. Wow, there's a 50-cent bounce, 40-cent bounce. No, it's okay. I mean, it happened so quick. I didn't even get a partial fill, which is odd. Typically, I get a partial fill unless it came, literally, it came down and hit one order, then bounced. That's why. It just came down, one order, and bounced on up. It happens. It happens. Not upset about it. You want to know why I'm not upset about it? Because I nailed it. I mean, I was spot on with the 10-11 area. I was spot on. And we've seen it already pop on up, 40 cents. So, definitely not upset with it. Right now, I want to see if we can crack that 10. Let's see if we can crack 10 and come back down to 942. What was that spiking high here? That high was 946. Let's go ahead and edit these properties. Let's go 946. Let's see if we can start dumping down the 946. Where's the halt level right now? 947 is the halt level. 947 at this point in time. So that 946, that would be halted to the downside. If we can bring that halt level down a little bit, below 935, probably 930, 935, I would feel confident getting a dip buy here at 946. Also that spiking high from the 26th of May. So right now, if you are looking at CYRN as one of your top stocks, you do have CYRN at this point in time, breaking that downtrend from pre-markets. All right, so we are starting to break that downtrend from pre-markets here on CYRN. So this looks to be the most valid trend line right here. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3, breaking. You even have a retest. So you broke the downtrend, you retested it. Now you're looking for the squeeze above VWAP. If you're looking to take profits and you're like, where do I take profits? Right around 252 is a target. Right around 262 is a target. And then 272. So it's easy. 252, 262, and then 272 are going to be your targets here on CYRN, if that is a stock that you are looking at. EFOI is pulling back. AERC is pulling back. AUVI is not doing anything right now, okay? So right now, the only stock that has potential, CYRN, breaking the downtrend, you have room to 262, you have room to 272. You just tapped that 252 level. That's a first level to lock in some profits. Halt level right now is still 947 here on RDBX. So the fact that the halt level is right at the dip buy area, I'm a little iffy to get a dip buy, knowing that it'll most likely get halted at 946. Okay, now the halt level is 938. So if we dump on down to 946, I am taking this for a dip buy. 100%. I will be taking this for a dip buy at 946 if we just dump on right down. Just open here and just dump straight down to 946. I'm looking to catch this for a dip buy. If I see bids at 938, I'll be cutting that trade because we would be getting halted at 928 on RDBX. So right now, no trades for me on the day yet. I have 0 trades on the day. EFOI is pulling back. AUVI is pulling back. AERC is pulling back. CYRN is the only stock that is opened and that is actually pushing to the upside here. That's going to be CYRN. So here's what I want to throw out on VERU real quick, because VERU was another stock that I was watching. What I want to point out is we have this massive downtrend from yesterday. Massive downtrend from yesterday. We do have support that we bounced off 1, 2. We're holding above it right now. If we can start to see this stock breaking this downtrend from yesterday's high, this lower high, to this pre-market resistance, and it's currently our high a day today, we could start to see the next leg up on VERU. You can start to see 16, 1650, and then yesterday's high right around the 1640s here on VERU. So I'm kind of between two of these stocks at this point in time. I think VERU could have some potential. And I'm still watching RDBX for the next best entry, for the next best opportunity. So again, VERU, definitely on my watch. And we still have those other stocks on watch as well. But nothing really popping on off right now at this point in time, team. If you have taken 0 trades, it's okay. I have 0 trades on the day as well, waiting for the best of the best of the best opportunity. When it presents itself, we will find it. We will attack it. We will lock in profits. We start to see the break of the downtrend on RDBX. Probably get a quick spike to 11 and then 1132. So again, we start to see the break of the downtrend here on RDBX. Probably get a quick spike up towards around 11 and then 1132. If we break that 1132, your next target, 1174, here on RDBX. Do we have anything else that's ripping on up? You got OMEX. You have HTCR. Yeah, this stock actually doesn't look all that bad. That's number 6 on the leaderboard. 5 million in float stock. Repurchase of up to 3.5 million shares. Nice break above that pre-market high. Nice pullback here on HTCR into that pre-market high. It has room for like 156. And then it has room to 178. Support right now is 134. Got like 134 support with room to 156. Be a decent little trade here. I like the volume breakout. I like how it's pulling back and consolidating, decreasing volume back into the pre-market high, into the 9 EMA, into the VWAP. I'm curious to see if this can break out of this consolidation and start to rip up to that 150, 156. I think this has good potential. I think this has decent potential here, guys. So definitely not bad. On HTCR, definitely not a bad looking stock at this point in time. Let's see. Can we get another little pop out of it? 146, 145, 146. Let's see if we break 150 here. Let's see if we break 150 here on HTCR. There's 144. I took a little bit off the table. 145. Can we break that 150? There's 146. Got about 10K at 148. About 10K at 148. Let's take a little bit more, and I'm out. All right. It didn't really break and follow through. Late fill. Not the best exit there. Small little base at 103.84. Yeah, so HTCR is definitely a top stock, guys. Things are shifting a little bit out of the gate. It's okay. HTCR looks fantastic. RDBX is still a top stock. AERC. Oh, no, I'm like 50-50 with AERC at this point in time. EFOI. I'm like 50-50 with EFOI. Yeah, I'm just making sure we're not missing anything, guys. That's it. Making sure we're not missing anything at this point in time. And we got VERU, and that was one that I really do like. VERU moves. VERU moves, guys. Came down. Nice little double bottom. If we start breaking that downtrend, VERU could really start to take on off. Again, just making sure you're not missing anything. Making sure you're not missing anything. So these are the top stocks that have the best potential right now. HTCR has great potential to 156, 178. RDBX broke that downtrend. You got a quick spike up towards around 11. You are pulling back into this downtrend and testing it as support. So if this is a higher low and you break 11 once again, you're taking profit at 1132 and then 1147 or 1174 there on RDBX. But right now, I'm looking at VERU traders. I'm looking at VERU at this point in time. VERU for that break over 1565. This thing could really start opening on up. Could definitely start taking on off here on VERU, guys. So I definitely want to watch VERU here. So right now, VERU coming off this double bottom. We start breaking that downtrend. That downtrend right now is around 1566, 1565. Watch for this thing to spike back up towards around yesterday's highs of 1640. So at this point in time, I am just looking at VERU team. Watching VERU at this point in time to see if we start breaking up over that 1550, 1565 level. See if VERU can go on a nice little move to the upside. Maybe we pull back one more time before we get that leg on up. So again, what we just want to see here on VERU traders is if we can just break this downtrend here in the high of day at 1565, breaking that downtrend off support right around 1565, that's when we're going to see this thing push back up over 16, back up towards around yesterday's high and yesterday's resistance around 1640. Right now, the number one stock still at this point in time is RDBX. You start breaking high a day of 1132, watch for RDBX to rip on up to 1174, $12, $13, then $13.86. The best entry was when the stock was breaking that initial downtrend. The break of that downtrend occurred at 1050. Right? I'm not a high a day breakout trader. I like trading below trading stocks below levels of resistance. I like the breaks of the downtrend, and I like to sell at resistance. You guys took that break of the downtrend on RDBX here. Remember, we had a nice little downtrend break. You took that, you locked in some profits. If you have a runner, you still have some green on the table. Right now, your risk is risk-free, in my opinion. Because if we get rejected here, we start cracking this little uptrend, this thing's probably going to come back down to like $10. If you got in, you had an opportunity to lock in profits at high a day. If you have a runner on the table, you want to be risk-free on this trade. Because if we start to crack this trend line, watch for it to dump on off. But if you have that runner and we do break that high, your next target would be 1175. So make sure you're locking in profits along the way, 10%, 15, 20%. Yeah, I see the SPY with room up to 416.43. The Qs have room to 312.29 next. Right now, you haven't seen the best opportunity today. Okay, you've had decent opportunities for some quick scalps, but as far as like killer, massive, big time trades, A+ opportunities, you haven't had those. CYRN breaking the downtrend. Now it's just stagnant. HUSA has been falling since the open. SIGA has been falling since the open. VERU has been sitting sideways and chopping since the open. UUBT has literally no volume on this stock. This is a tough one to trade. MITO has been falling. EFOI has been falling. AERC has been falling. RDBX was the only stock that gave you a good opportunity. That was a quick break of this downtrend around 1075 up towards around that 11 and 1132. So you had about 30 to 40 cents of profit for a quick scalp on RDBX. Then HTCR was the second decent one. The break over pre-market highs, pulling back to your VWAP, pulling back to your 9 EMA, pulling back into the pre-market highs, and then it ripped on up very close to our 156. That was a nice little trade here. Right now, it's starting to dump on off. So again, I know there's a lot of stuff moving and everybody's probably all over the place. What's next? What's the next stock? What's the next stock? Guys, there really hasn't been killer opportunities yet. Things are moving, but have you really identified like a solid A plus, A plus, A plus opportunity? I have not found a solid A plus opportunity just yet. Right now, really just being patient. Really being patient, looking to see where the next best opportunity comes. I mean, my day would have been done on RDBX. My day would have been done on RDBX. I would have gotten filled for that nice little bit, that nice little dip buy. GOTU. Nice pop yesterday. Announcing first quarter 2022 earnings. That was 2 days ago, actually. Gap up, didn't do anything. They're on Monday. Yesterday had a little bit of a pop following through today. So on GOTU, your final target would be $2.22. So that's going to be your 200-day moving average on GOTU. That's your 200-day moving average on GOTU. So your next target would be 221. If you're not in this, I don't know where you're being a buyer at. And you have support back down at 177-ish. You're about 25 cents away from support. And you're about 25 cents away from resistance. And you're at psychological resistance being $2. So I don't see a trade right here, right now on GOTU. But I see potential. I see the stock having some kind of potential today. But I do not see a fresh position right now at this point in time. Unless you like buying breaks, right? Unless you like buying breakouts, you guys have a breakout trade over 2 to 222. If it doesn't break out and it's a false breakout and it comes back down to 192, you can walk away from that trade. If it breaks and rips, congrats. You got about 10% on this trade. If it's a false breakout and it comes back down below $2 and starts cracking 192, watch for it to fade and fall a little bit. If this thing does break on out and rips right up to that 221 level, it is easy to short, and that would be a great level to short it off of if it's overextended. But if it just comes dumping right back below $2, it could be a good short back down those 182 highs. Let's see what happens over the next couple of minutes here with GOTU. Right now, really just being patient at this point in time. Some great action out of the gate. Some fantastic opportunity right out of the gate, traders. If you guys made some quick money, congrats. But across the board, 80% of these stocks are fading at this point in time. Now, that doesn't mean they're dead. Doesn't mean they're done for the day. But we need to see them start to reverse and actually start picking on up. AERC, still just kind of fading and falling a little bit. Or starting to break that downtrend here on AERC. So for those of you that were looking at AERC, you are breaking this downtrend and you need to start clearing that VWAP next. But right now, we're just sitting back being patient, waiting to see what RDBX is going to do next. Looking to see if AERC is actually going to break this downtrend break this VWAP and start to get a nice little pop to the upside. Now, let's see if EFOI can get back above 3. SIGA just not doing much. Maybe it's a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. I mean, VERU. Maybe that's a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. SIGA is just fading. That's coming off the watch list. HUSA could be another mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. I mean, that's a possibility. VERU and HUSA. CYRN is just very choppy and sideways right now. AUVI is just fading. So, team, I know we came into the market with those expectations to absolutely crush it, to come in, to lock in those quick profits right out of the gate. But have we really seen the best of the best opportunity right out of the gate? You've had a couple. You had RDBX, a couple opportunities out of the gate. Not too shabby. But other than that, where is another great opportunity? Like, hindsight's 2020, right? Anybody can look at a stock chart and say, oh, I could have bought here and sold here. But let's be honest. Let's look at all of these top stocks. Do you really see where you're getting in? The only trade that I see that you had a good entry and a good reason to get in was simply RDBX, and that was a winner. But other than that, across the board, there's not really that much. You got HTCR trying to pop on up again. You got RDBX trying to pop on up. I'm still just going to watch RDBX at this point in time. There's tons of opportunity here. But you have to be patient and wait for the opportunity to come to you. That's it. I mean, there's a lot of stuff moving. And if you see a reason to get involved in some of these stocks, make it happen. Get involved. You guys have the skill set. You guys know what you're doing. But if you're kind of like me and you're like waiting for your type of opportunity, your reason to get in, well, sit back and wait like I'm doing. I'm sitting back and waiting for my opportunity. Right? I've taken 2 trades today, and I'm break even on the day. Right? They weren't those big time, moves that I was expecting, but I was able to get in, get out, get in, get out, and I'm break even. I'm down $78. I just need that one great opportunity to present itself, and I attack it, and it's going down. But since then, I've just kind of been sitting back on my hands for the past about almost 20 minutes at this point in time, about 15 minutes, just looking, observing, looking to see where the next best trade is going to be. So what stock are you looking at that you think has good potential, team? It's a little quiet. I know you guys are just kind of sitting back, watching, observing, listening. If you have any questions, please let me know. Again, I'm personally sitting back, being very patient, and waiting for that next best opportunity to present itself. What we can do is maybe take a downtrend off that high and run it across these highs. So you have RDBX appearing to be forming some kind of triangle formation. So we do have these slightly lower highs from pre-market. We have these higher lows intraday. And if we see this get super tight, we could see it explode and break out of this triangle formation and get a nice little pop to the upside here. That's definitely realistic. Let's see how RDBX sets up over the next couple of minutes. There could be some great potential coming on up. George, rig? $5 resistance on RIG. So I would say resistance 5 to 507. All right, 5 to 507 here on RIG is your resistance, and then up towards around 543 on RIG. You could find, you probably have some support back down around 482. 482 support at this point in time, George. So 482 support, $5 resistance, but if you do break 5, you could see 507. If you really start to see that 507 break, that's when you could see this thing take on off to 543 here on RIG. So you do have the Qs cracking the trend line, SPY cracking that trend line, and you have Tesla absolutely ripping, but we have the entire market absolutely ripping. We open, quick drop, and rip. What happened with the SPY? We opened, quick drop, we ripped. The Qs, we opened, quick dropped, and we ripped. So I know that Tesla doesn't look exactly chart-wise to the SPY and the Qs, but it is following what the overall market's doing. Drop, ripped on up. Now we're starting to kind of roll on over just a tad bit. The Qs dropped, ripped on up. Now we're starting to roll on over just a little bit. Same thing with the SPY. Drop, rip on up, starting to roll on over. You have to find a reason to short the SPY and the Qs. If there is no reason to short the SPY and the Qs, then why would you want to short Tesla? That's exactly how I would play it. If you see a reason to get in short with the SPY and the Qs, then absolutely, there's a reason to get in short with Tesla. But if the SPY and the Qs still look good to the upside, and there's still potential for them to move higher, then that's going to bring Tesla on higher as well. Right now, the stock that I'm watching here is RDBX. This point in time, traders. RDBX at this point in time. I know there's a lot of stuff happening. HTCR new high day. CYRN's ripping. Right? I know this stock's ripping, and that stock's ripping, and this stock's ripping, and that stock's ripping. Okay? Is there one stock that you guys are just watching? Is there one stock that really has your focus? Or are you all over the place looking at 5, 6, 7 stocks? Right now, we do have red box RDBX holding this trend line, looking to possibly break out of this triangle formation. RDBX has most of the hype in the market, most of the focus and the attention. My grandma called me yesterday, said, hey, can I buy some of this red box that's going to go on a short squeeze? You got 3 million shares currently short. That's 168% short float interest. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening. Traders are all over the place. Traders are here, HTCR. Now you got IMTE dumping on off, and you have CYR and ripping on up, and you had GOTU trying to make a move, and you had RIG trying to get a little bit of a pop to it, and you got HUSA trying to move a little bit. And traders are all over the place. The volume is scattered. The focus is scattered. All it takes is for these traders to say, RDBX is the stock. And they start shifting from HUSA, CYRN, VERU, EFOI, and they just start shifting on over to one stock. And that's going to be the stock that takes on off, that's consistent, that rips. So right now, if you're a little like, where do I go? Just calm down, be patient. At some point, we absolutely could see these traders actually all migrate and shift to just 1 or 2 stocks. And then we know these are the 2 stocks. Now, that could happen in the next minute, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. We don't know. But if you're all over the place and you're a little distracted right now because you see so many things moving, right? Today's not like it's been like for the past couple of months. Today's different, right? We have a lot of action, but you still need to get to know 1 or 2 stocks and focus on these 1 or 2 stocks. And when they set up, trade them. Make your money, regardless of what anybody else is doing in the market. Identify your opportunities and make it happen. All right, team? But at some point, we could absolutely see a lot of these stocks start selling on off. And then we'll see these traders find the one stock that's not selling on off. And that's the stock that has the best potential for the rest of the day. So at this point in time, I think RDBX has great potential. Okay, are there other stocks that have good potential? Absolutely. But what stock do I think still has the best potential at this point in time? I think it could be RDBX. So I would just want to watch it here over the next few moments and see what it does around this trend line. See if it continues to consolidate. See if it continues to squeeze here a little bit. And just when I'm like, okay, I found the stock that I'm watching, I have to pee really bad. Use the restroom. We'll give it a few more seconds here on RDBX because we could have something coming on up in just the next few moments here on RDBX. So I do want to continue to watch RDBX here just over the next few moments. We do have this very, very tight symmetrical triangle squeeze formation. We can see that we're getting so tight inside of these two trend lines, these higher lows and lower highs. Eventually, it's going to make a decision. It's either going to blast through this downtrend and rip on up, or it's going to literally just dump through this uptrend. So let's see what happens coming on up here with RDBX over the next, I would say 5 to 10 minutes. So actually, maybe I do this. I'm going to go use the restroom. 1 minute. I'll be right back. Let's see what we have in the next minute, guys. Right now, I'm personally watching RDBX for this nice big symmetrical triangle squeeze formation. If you crack this trend line, she's dead. If you hold the trend line, we break this downtrend, watch for this thing to rip and run up towards around 1174. I'll be right back, guys. Really got to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set. And one thing while I was using the restroom that I thought of, right? I'm like, as a new trader, I saw this kind of action in the market. I would be like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go trade. Like, where's that opportunity? I'm typing up this ticker. I'm looking at this ticker. I'm charting this one. I'm charting that one. Maybe I'm typing up an order box here, an order box there. I'm all over the place, right? I'm very fast paced. I'm like, go, 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 go. There's so much opportunity. Does anybody feel that way right now? Does anybody honestly feel that way right now? And if you do, it's completely normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want you guys to be honest. Be vulnerable for a second, right? Shed some humility. Or are you like go, 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 go? Or are you kind of like just chill, calm, cool, collected, just like, you know what? We'll find the right trade. We'll find the right setup. It'll come eventually. What are you guys doing right now? Be honest. I want to ask. Steve's like, yeah, all day. Spaz, more just laid back, feeling chill. Ron's chilling. Another Steve always feels that way. Tom, not trading anything. I made one scalp. Okay, so it's about 50-50. We got some traders inside of chat, just calm. All right, cool, collected. Really, they don't have the urge to trade, right? There's not the urge to trade because you know that at some point today, you're just going to be looking at some stocks and be like, holy moly. Now that's a trade, right? That's what I'm doing right now. I see all these stocks moving, right? And you would think that I'm distracted. I have 8 chart windows. Hold up, okay? But I know at some point today, I'm going to be like, holy moly. That is my trade. Now that's an opportunity. That's something I can make some big time profit on. I'm going to be calm and I'm going to build my plan. I'm going to assess my position sizing. If it's that good of an opportunity, I'm going to feel confident to jump in. And if it's a good edge, and it's a good strategy that I have a good win rate with, I will make money. And I know at some point today, I will find that one good trade and I will be able to lock in some profits. Okay? So if you feel like you're all over the place, go, 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 go. I highly recommend you just take a step away from your computer real quick. Okay, this is what I did as a new trader and it helped me. Take a step away from your computer. You can go outside. You can go in the other room. You need to just completely disconnect for about 1 minute. And I want you guys to literally, it sounds weird, but take a deep breath and say this. If I go back in there and I'm go, 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 I know I'm probably going to make a bad decision. And what happens when I make bad decisions? I lose money. And what happens when I lose money? I get frustrated. And then what happens when I get frustrated? I revenge trade. And what happens when I revenge trade? I lose more money. And what happens when I lose more money? I get even more frustrated and pissed off. So you already know the outcome by being go, 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 go. Right? You already know the trickle effect, how it's going to play out over the course of the day. Or you can say right there in the moment, okay, so if I can just go back in there and be calm, cool, collected, and vibe with Josh, trying to get on Josh's level, just chilled out, get on everybody's level, just chill out and kind of calm myself down. I have better opportunity and better odds today to actually wait for the opportunity to come to me to make money. So what happens if I'm calm? I'll be patient. And if I'm patient, I'm going to wait for the trade to come to me. And if the trade comes to me, I know it's a quality setup. If it's a quality setup, I have higher odds of making money. And if I'm making money, I'm happy. I'm successful. Sometimes it sounds so stupid, but sometimes all it takes is 1 minute to walk away from all this, completely remove the distractions and disconnect and have a conversation with yourself. That conversation right there, have that conversation with yourself. Come back in the right mindset and be calm. And if you start to feel that anxiety and that go, 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 go again, walk away for 1 minute. Have that conversation with yourself. Calm yourself back down and then reapproach the market. If you do that 10 times today, do it 10 times today. But the more you do that, the more you'll be able to be like me right here, just calm. Not really go, 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 just chilled out. Okay, go use the restroom, have that conversation with yourself, come back in. Let's take a deep breath. Let's get focused and let's just wait for the trade to come to us. Okay, so we know at some point today, we will find an exceptional trade that comes to us and we'll make it happen. But the trade has to come to us. This is what professional traders do. If you think of the smart money on Wall Street, you think of these hedge fund traders, these prop firm traders. They are trained on mindset, attitude, awareness, approach. Yes, they're trained on technical analysis, but they're more trained on controlling yourself, controlling your aggression, being humble, being calm, waiting for the trade to come to you. The prop firm would rather you not take a trade because you have anxiety and you're freaking out versus freaking out with that anxiety, being all over the place, taking a trade and losing money. If they say, hey, there was a lot of opportunity in the market today, Josh, why did you not take a trade? Right? Everybody else on the firm, they took a trade, they made money. Why did you not? My emotions were messing with me. My mind was a million miles an hour. I couldn't seem to slow down and calm down. I didn't want to put on risk. I didn't want to take any unnecessary risk. They're to say, you know what? Fucking awesome. Congratulations. You did the right thing. We're proud of you. Live the trade another day. If you're not confident in yourself and you're not focused, you're not just clear, you shouldn't trade. So good job being aware of that. They're going to respect you and appreciate you for that. That's what the smart money does. That's what these professional traders do. So make sure you're doing that in the moment, guys. And before you know it, you'll turn this into a good habit and you'll be able to be calm and remain calm, okay? So again, I know as a new trader, I was like that. And I know we have a lot of newer traders in chat. So I just assumed we have some traders in chat that are feeling that way right now. And it's so hard to overcome. It's so hard to overcome, but it's very important to overcome that. All right, so take that recommendation and then go ahead and reassess, come back, and we're all set ready to rock, guys. Okay, it's all about your mindset, right? So let's go ahead and just slowly, calmly dissect what we have, okay? I know there's a lot of hype and energy inside of chat, but let's calm that down a little bit. Right now, let's just do some DD on GOTU and start building a possible trade plan on GOTU. What do we maybe have here starting to set on up on GOTU? It's very early, but what could we maybe see here on GOTU over the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes? Well, I see a high here, point number one. We got point number two, and we're downtrending after we just came off of an uptrend. So we got this downtrend, point two, pulling back to the VWAP, point three, maybe. And if we see that higher low come in above the VWAP, we break on point four, there's an A plus trade. Just like that. Calm, cool, collected. First trade, we could have a boom, boom, bang. So if we start to see that boom, boom, bang play out, right, we know exactly how we take that trade if it plays out the way we think. Stops would be underneath that level of support, 190. Entries would be at the break of the downtrend on point number four. Maybe that's 198. Okay, 198. We got high a day of 208. That's a target. And then 221 target up here, 221. So we know our second target. We know our first target. We have our entry and we have our stop loss. We have a plan. Assess how many shares you want to take based on your risk, based on your targets, 2-to-1 setup, understand what your risk is going to be, accept it. And then if you see this play out like a beautiful boom, boom, bang, and it's meeting the criteria and it's exceptional, you guys may have a trade coming on up. So if you like boom, boom, bangs and you see the potential, you're watching GOTU. Okay, still has a little bit of time to play on out, but you are watching GOTU if you do well with boom, boom, bangs. It may not even set up, but if it does set up, okay, you're all good. RDBX, crack the trend line, starting to fade and fall. All right, we'll go ahead and just move past this one for now. AERC, it was breaking that downtrend. It broke it. It kind of stalled a little bit. It struggled, came down. Didn't like this price action. Now we're starting to grind on back up a little bit. Let's go ahead and do this. All right, we had a nice little downtrend that we broke out of. Do we have a little bit of an uptrend now? Yeah, you have a nice little uptrend here on AERC. Did we have any prior resistance? Yeah, we had some resistance right there. All right, we had some support at 1030. See support at 1030. We have some resistance quite a few times at 1030. You see that hiccup candle? You guys know how I like those hiccup candles, right? That break, the hiccup, the break. So what if we ever come back down to 1030? Right, that's that hiccup level. Prior support, prior resistance, right around this trend line also. What do you guys think that could be a decent little level to see the stock bounce off of? Possibly. You may have something coming on up with AERC. So now that I've identified AERC, I'm going to put AERC off on a side chart just to keep it on watch. Right? We said we had possible potential on GOTU. I want to make sure we're keeping that one on watch as well. RDBX is dumping. If we ever break this downtrend here on EFOI, I mean, look at this massive downtrend, right? Massive downtrend on EFOI. Did we come down to yesterday's high of 248? No, but we got close. Within 10 cents. It's close enough. I mean, close enough. You got a double bottom. So right now, traders, if you like double bottom, breaks of downtrends. If you like double bottoms and breaks of downtrends, right, you're going to put your stops right underneath that double bottom. If You start to break this downtrend on volume, that's going to confirm your entry. First target, 291. Second target, 305. And then you're looking at some of these pre-market levels here on EFOI. The ERU, there's nothing here yet. HUSA, there's nothing there. CYRN is just a little too choppy for me. AUVI is starting to squeeze now. AUVI is starting to squeeze here a little bit now. Where could we see this go? Back up towards around 230. So what stocks did we just identify that look pretty decent coming on up? All right, well, we have EFOI, AERC, and GOTU. AUVI as well. So those are going to be the top stocks that we're watching. GOTU, AUVI, AERC, and EFOI. So these are the 4 stocks to really just focus on. And we are currently halted to the upside. And this is what I mean. It only takes one thing to happen in the market before you get an opportunity. What do I mean by that? AERC just ripped from around 1058 to 1212. It just ripped, right? So what kind of strategy could we see that I love? The halt strategy. So there's a couple different versions of a halt strategy. Either A, we gap up out of the halt. On a stock of this price, I would say a gap up about 20 to 30 cents. So we got halted here at 1212. So maybe you see a 1234, 1250 gap up, a washout immediately, coming right back down to 1212 to the penny, a follow through, possibly getting stuck in a second halt. So if we gap up that, 20, 30, 40 cents, wash out to the halt level, I'd be looking to take that for a dip buy, stops under 12 for that next big leg on up. Where could we see this thing go? Well, let's look at some of yesterday's levels. So we could see this thing rip on up towards around 1350, 1420, and then 1525. That's version 1 of the halt strategy. That's something that I would trade. So just being calm, cool, collected, we're an hour into the day. I've actually waited for an opportunity to come to me, and an opportunity is now presenting itself. But we have version 2 of the halt strategy. That's where we actually open flat or open with a gap down. If it dumps on off into a prior level of support and we see it bounce, I'm jumping in, looking for the halt level to break for that pop to the upside. So there's a couple different ways we could trade AERC, but I see an opportunity right in front of me on AERC at this point in time. It took an hour to find an A-plus killer setup and a killer strategy that I love. But hey, guess what? It only takes one great trade to make your day, to make your week. Right now, AERC is the number 1 stock to be watching. What time was this stock halted at? 10:22:36. It's a 5-minute halt. It's going to be 10:27:36. So less than 2 minutes if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. And I know exactly how I want to trade this. So we got about 1:50 to go. Here's your break of the downtrend on EFOI, followed by the retest traders. So here's your break and your retest here on EFOI. Your next target is going to be $3.04. We have a lot of stocks breaking and ripping today. So am I looking to short a lot of stocks? Nope. Definitely not looking to short a lot of stocks today, guys. Because again, these stocks are ripping and running. I'm not looking to go short today. I'm looking to play the market conditions, which is to the long side. So we should be live at 10:27 36. 10:27:36. We have less than 20 seconds to go. Fingers on the trigger. AERC. Right now I see a gap up at 12:20. I want to see it gap up to like 12:38, 12:40, somewhere around there. We got about 3, 2, 1. Live. Not the gap up. I'm not long. It just stalled. Watch for it to come back down to maybe 11:11. I'd like to see it at 11:11. If you guys are in that for the halt, go ahead and scale out, take some profits. Right? It's 50-50 right now on where it's going. Typically, when you gap up and then wash out, you get some really good odds there. But when you just open flat and don't really budge, it's really 50-50. So I can't get involved with this right now. I really want to. I think it has fantastic potential. But we did not get the gap up or the gap down. It wasn't the strategy that I was, thinking of or looking for. So I'm just going to sit back and wait for the next best setup. If you guys were in AERC before the halt, that's a fantastic opportunity to scale out. And if you dump back below 12, that may be an opportunity to go ahead and just walk away completely on AERC. If you're looking for that slower and steadier, less volatile stock, all right, you still have GOTU for the possible boom, boom, bang. Where's the halt level to the downside on AERC? I can catch a bounce at 11:10. Where's the halt level? Is 11:18 right now. So the halt level to the downside is 11:18 at this point in time. I can't really take my finger off the trigger right now on HTCR, but break of the downtrend off 178, I went long. Break of the downtrend off 178, I did go long. 3,000 shares, looking for a high day retest. I don't want to take my finger off the trigger, but I want to be able to pull this up. So let's see if I can pull this over real quick. HTRC. HRTC. Come on. Oh my goodness. HTCR. Jesus. HTCR. This is why I do not take my finger off the trigger when I'm in a trade. Mumbo jumbo. Holding that level of support. See, this is why I should have just completely left my focus there instead of trying to pull that over. I'm going to go ahead and get out a little bit here. Oh, that was a dumb decision on my part to try and pull that over. But I took it for the break that downtrend, and I was going to scalp it on up. But I freaking fat fingered and fumbled typing that ticker in here on the live stream. I want you guys to see that I'm in a trade and the reason why I jumped in. But right now at this point in time, I'm over here fumbling, trying to get that ticker pulled up to show you guys that I'm in a trade to be transparent with you. Just like that, I'm not even locking in my $300. $400, but we're still okay as long as we hold 178 here. Could still be a nice little break of this downtrend coming on up above that 178 level. So I still have a little bit here on the table just to see if we do indeed start to break again. If we do, I'll simply add to the position. Well done, Steve. Well done. I love it. Did you go disconnect? Was that you that said, yeah, I'm all over the place, I need to disconnect? Did you go disconnect? Or did you just say, yeah, screw it, I see a trade, I'm in? Right now, team, GOTU, right? GOTU is setting up for that boom, boom, bang, okay? GOTU at this point in time is setting up for a very nice boom, boom, bang. So do not forget about GOTU. Do not forget about GOTU, possible boom, boom, bang. If HTCR doesn't start pushing back up to $2 here in a few seconds, I'm going to close this position and shift my focus over to GOTU because that is an exceptional A-plus opportunity that's presenting itself right now at this point in time. But we may still have some opportunity with HTCR here. Looking to see if we get that nice big rip on up to like 197. There's 184. Back below 180 on the bid. I'm going to go ahead and start walking away, but I want to see this back up to the high of day. Just broke that downtrend. Got about 10K at 186. 10,000 shares at 186 we have to get through. He's taking that out, taking it out. 186, 187. There we go. Get some decent action. Let's break 190 now. Let's see if we can go ahead and break that 190 up to 197 here. There's 189. Let's break 190 here. Can we break 190? There's the no, barely. Let's see if it gives it one more go. Maybe it breaks it here on this second attempt here. If it does, we're good to go back up to high a day. If not, may have to take the little teeny weeny profits. I want the stock that's going to break like the AERC. I want the good A-plus trade. I want that killer entry. And I want that freaking stock that's going to break and rip and halt to the upside. But right now, I got to do the right thing. I'm going to take a little bit of profits there. I'm going to take a little bit of profit. I'm going to do the right thing and try and get paid something. Not be greedy. Take a small little base hit. Still keep some shares on the table here just in case it breaks. But if not, just taking a little bit of profit little by little. Looking to see if we can get that break over 190 up to 197. Right now, fingers on the trigger. 3,000 shares left. There's 190 break. If it falls back below 190 again, and that's an indication of hidden selling, you will see me getting out. 195. Okay, I'm taking a little bit of profit there at 195. 194 was the fill. Still holding 1,500 shares. Looking for a $2 break. Looking for a possible $2 break here. Want to see these buyers stay above 190. Want to see these buyers holding above 190 here. Getting a little iffy on that price action. Getting a little jumpy in the wrong direction. Not liking that price action, but let's see if we can pop above 2 here. Just curious. If it does break 2, this thing will definitely start squeezing. I may add to it above 2. I may look to add to it above $2 for the break to see if it does start ripping. That would bring my cost basis up to 190. And I still think that gives me enough breathing room. Right now, if we fall back below 190, I am going to go ahead and start taking my final bit of profits here. We fall back below that 190 level because we do have potential to come back down to 178. Again, I take profits quick. And I'm out. Okay. So if I didn't fumble the first one, yeah, we could have been okay. If I didn't fumble that trying to type the ticker up, it would have been good. So quick trade, but hey, perfect timing. Look at this team. Perfect timing. Now we got some action on GOTU. Let's go. GOTU. I love it. Nice little profit. Great timing. Now we have GOTU for this possible boom, boom, bang. Let's see if we start getting that action, team. Let's see if we can start getting some of that action here, baby. GOTU. Looking for that boom, boom, bangarang. Looking for that boom, boom, bangarang. Let's see if we can get it. That's an A-plus setup. We got that double bottom on top of the double bottom. Breaking that downtrend. Got a little bit of volume. Let's see if we can push up to 2. Back up to 208. GOTU. Nice little boom, boom, bang here. I just kind of stalled there. We don't want to see that stall. We want to see it just go ahead and break and start to get that consistent action to the upside. I'm not a fan when we see the like that level 2 in time and sales stall. Decent increased volume along the break. Big double bottom, little double bottom. You see that quick double bottom here? But you see the bigger picture double bottom with the higher low, breaking the downtrend on point number 4. Stop losses right below this low here. You can put a stop at 191. Stop losses at 191. We want to see this break. Go ahead and try and push over that $2 level. Try and break that $2 level here. breaks 2, I may add to that position. Not a huge position, but we see those big buyers stepping on up. Again, I'm keeping stops nice and tight. You know me, I jump on in. I take some profits very, very quick. I hold probably 3/4 to a half of my position for that continuation. So I usually double down. Right here, I did not double down. I was going to double down, it would have been about 6,000 shares. So I usually double down. We see that quick follow through and that quick pop. I take half right away, put money in my pocket. I hold the other half at the trade plan that I built, which is the stop below 192, and then I have my targets in place. And if it rips, it rips. I have a nice position still on the table. If it doesn't rip and doesn't follow through, the fact that I doubled down, I was able to take some quick profits off the table, 5, 10 cents, whatever the case is, and we get paid. So, I mean, I think that's a profit-taking level for sure. You're right off that prior high here of 199. If it doesn't break $2 here in the next maybe 5 to 10 seconds, I'm going to go ahead and lock in profits. I'm going to give it about 5 to 10 seconds to see if it starts ripping through $2. If it doesn't, I'm going to go ahead and lock in half here. It's a very tiny profit, but it's a profit-taking level. A lot of resistance here at 2. You got about 40,000 shares on the ask. You got about 40,000 shares here on the ask. Let's see if we can start taking that 40,000 shares out at $2. About 27K and 13K. It's not budging right now. All right, big buyer stepping in. Here we go. Let's see if we can start breaking down that seller at $2. We're breaking them down. Look for the break. We're breaking them down. Buyer still holding strong. 30K on the bid. 17K on the ask. We took about 15K off the ask there. Let's see if we can pop through that $2 area. Back up to 208. It's not getting taken out now. You want to see it happen quick. You want to see that order getting taken out very quick. That's when you get those nice big breaks. We're kind of just stalled right here between 199 and 2. I may go ahead and lock in half here if we can't break through 2. Let's see if we can take that $2 seller out, but still watch the bid. If the bid starts getting taken out, watch for it to drop on back down. So right now, who's going to make the decision? Are buyers going to win, break down that $2 seller, or the seller's going to win and take out that 199 buyer? You got to watch both the bid and the ask here. And I'm going to go ahead and start getting out because we took out that 30K buyer at 199. So I'm still holding a little bit of GOTU. So I took a little bit of profit right here around that $2 level. My initial plan was to stop out at 192. So where's my entry? 196. Where did I get out? 199. So that's 3 cents. 3 cents below my entry would be 193. So that would put me at break even. So if I took my other half down to 193 and I stopped out way down here, that would be a break even trade. I'm still going to hold a little bit, and I may add to this if we start breaking $2. If I add to it right now, my cost basis goes up. So I have to be very confident that if it's going to break 2, it breaks 2, and that it can start opening on up. Because that's going to bring my cost basis up to like 198. So then if I stop out at like 195, 196, it would be a break-even trade, but I'm willing to add to it. But we got a lot of sellers right there at $2. Got a big wall of selling right there at $2. I'm still looking for that one amazing trade, that one trade that I jump in on that really just plays on out the way I expect it to. And that's going to be that big time trade. I got a couple little teeny base hits. Little teeny base hits. I'm not digging it right now. Had good potential, but not the follow through that we're looking for. Had great potential, but not the follow through that we're looking for. So right now, I'm just going to walk away from it. Probably see it come back down, retest that trend line, maybe around 194-ish. So go ahead and walk from it. Let's just walk from it. If it goes, it goes. Stick to your plan. I don't like holding trades that long. Again, like I said, team, today's the day I just trade the way I trade. Don't mirror trade me, because again, if I don't like something in the moment, I'm just going to walk away. If it rips, it rips. If I get back in 2 seconds, I get back in because I like something about it. Right now, I just see a lot of selling it too, and I think there's better potential out there right now at this point in time. So that's it. Is there anything else right now showing potential? Not really. I mean, HTCR is still trying to set on up here a little bit. And we're not falling below that 178 level. Could be looking to break out of this channel. And where could we see this thing go? You know, obviously, if we break 197 and $2, we could see this up towards around 220. I mean, that's realistic. I'd say right around 220 here on HTCR. But I'm like kind of 50-50 with it. It's not terrible, but not the best. GOTU just didn't really follow through the way I expected in the amount of time that I was anticipating. Everything else is slowly dying on off at this point in time. George, IOVA. I would say $10 next, just because it's psychological resistance, and then your 20 EMA. And you could be working on a gap fill, George. You could be working on a gap fill up towards around 1198 here. Support's going to be right off yesterday's. Yeah, support's really far away, really down here. If you're not already in this, that's a tough one, because you always feel like you're buying at the high of day. I mean, you feel like you're chasing the stock. You feel like you're chasing it here. 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 But it just keeps climbing. So are we respecting like maybe like that 9 EMA on the 5? Are we respecting like that 9 EMA on the 3 where it's just consistent? Are we really respecting that 9 EMA on the 1? I mean, yeah, kind of. Come down, you bounce off the 9. Bounce off the 9. Take a little heat, but don't actually drop. Push off the 9. Now you're starting to see a lot more selling volume move in. Support. I put you like a decent little level of support, you know, back down around 9. Let's just see what it does. See if it can pull back down towards around like $9. And see what it does maybe down towards around 9 here. And that's how I trade. And a lot of people say, oh, no, you got to stick to your plan. I'm like, yeah, well, some traders do really, really well at building a plan, getting in, and then just upholding their plan and just letting it do its thing, win or loss, right? Me personally, I found my edge to be, I know how trades should move based on certain setups, price action, candle formations, etc. I know how a stock should react. I know what the reaction should be. If I don't see that type of a reaction that I'm expecting, I would rather go ahead and get out to avoid it dumping on off. Because as a new trader, I'd see that move. I'm expecting a certain move. I'm expecting it to react away. I'm like, all right, let me just give it one more minute. Give it one more minute. I know it's not really doing what I expected, but let me give it one more minute. Stop out, massive loss. So now if I'm not liking it in the moment, I just get out. And then it literally, this could happen. I could get out and be like, all right, team, I don't like it. I'm out. It's just not really doing what I thought. Oh, it literally, now it looks good. 5 seconds later, I'm back in. You're going to be like, what? You just got out. You just now got back in 5 seconds later. Every second, something new in the market's happening. And that's how I trade. If I'm in and I like it, I stay in. If I get in, I'm not digging it, I get out. It could literally look good 10 seconds later. I'm like, oh shit, well, I guess I was wrong. It looks good. I'm back in. It pops. I make that money. That's why I have a lot of commissions and fees. I'm okay with those commissions and fees because that's just my edge and my style of trading. Right now, we're not seeing, not really seeing those follow throughs. You got VERU breaking here. I'm going to go ahead and switch everything to a 3-minute time frame at this point in time, guys. And I'm going to put a trend line on VERU here. I'm going to remove that downtrend. And we are breaking a lot of intraday resistance right here around 1562. If we ever see it come back into this trend line, we could have some opportunity there on VERU. I think VERU has some good potential. Keep that one on watch here. Is HTCR shortable? HTCR shortable? It is. Not saying I want to short it. I'm just saying if we ever crack this steep uptrend, it could really start dumping on off. And we've seen a lot of nasty dump, nasty dump, nasty dump. You know, as I was looking at this trade, you see it pull back really hard, pull back really hard, pull back really hard. HCCR is one of those stocks that could be falsely breaking two. And if it does look like it's a false breakout over two, we start looking like we're going to dump on off based on price action, I would look to short it here for a possible fake out breakout over two for the dump on down below that trend line back down to like 178. So it really depends on that price action. If we see any kind of hidden selling or that price action that doesn't suggest a breakout, you may see me jumping into the short side here. Now, it actually looks like it maybe you want to break out. It's actually not showing that nasty price action at this point in time. You don't really see that hidden selling. You actually see these buyers consistently trying to hold on up. The order flow is not terrible. It actually looks like it wants to break, and there's your break. So not that type of price action that I wanted to see for the short. It actually looked decent for the breakout. Now you're hitting that new high a day. Next target, 221. Very nice. Very nice there, Steve. Good job. Done for the day. Hit your goal. Fantastic. Rod locking in some fantastic profits. Good job, traders. If we ever see HTCR like really just take on off like a parabolic look, like it just goes straight up and we can clearly see it's overextended to the upside into a level of resistance. So let's just say this thing goes from 2 to 250 in like 2 candles. Straight up, it's clearly overextended to the upside into a level of resistance. I would consider a possible short off that level of resistance if we're overextended to the upside. It's kind of like those dip buys. We see those massive dumps. We're overextended to the downside into a level of support. I like those dip buys. I like the same approach just to the short side when we're overextended to the upside at a level of resistance. I do like those for short opportunities, just like the dip buy. If this thing rips another 25 cents in the next 1 or 2 minutes, right into that 250, like 252, 254, you're right into that upper shadow right here. A little bit of support, resistance on the daily up towards around that 254. And we do get overextended at that level of resistance here. I am looking to short this. Where's our halt level right now to the upside? Halt level to the upside is actually 248. So again, that halt level to the upside is right now at 248. $253 halt level now. Fantastic. 253 is the halt level. And we see this thing really just start taking on off to that 254 and then start dumping. And we see this thing rip on up to 254 and then start dumping. That would be fantastic. Halt level right now is 253. Let's see if we got one more pop within us. One more push. One more pop from buyers. Another 20 cents into the 250s. Halt level right now is 256, so I do feel confident to try and pull the trigger to a short. For the short, right around that 254 level. Halt level right now is 256. one big massive just 20-cent rip, just whoop, 20 cents right to that 254. Short it, looking for this thing to start selling on off as traders lock in profits. Maybe some traders that are chasing this stock start panicking and selling, really driving it on down. But right now, I got to be very disciplined and very patient to get involved at the levels that I see best fit. Johnny said that was a boom boom lame. I like it. The BBL, right? The boom boom bangs are amazing. The BBLs, the boom boom lame. Yeah, that was a boom boom lame, but it was profitable. We took profits on it, but it just wasn't that mover that we were looking for, right? That was an A+ setup. A+. It played out. It had the volume. It met the criteria. It was fantastic. It was phenomenal. It was a boom boom lame, which is very unfortunate, because that had so much potential. It had potential to do something like this, break over 2 and get the 220, 230, 240, and it just couldn't make it happen. Halt level right now is, where's that halt level? 267 halt level, 267 halt level. This thing wants it. Oh, I don't know. It's above 250 now. This thing kind of looks like it wants it. I mean, it's very overextended, but this thing is ripping on up very quickly. We haven't really seen that price action that suggests you're going to see a lot of that profit taking and a lot of these traders getting scared. Every time it dips back below 250, it comes right back up. Dips below 250, comes right back up. I'm playing it very safe here, guys. Very safe. If it doesn't start just dumping here, I got to get out. If it doesn't start dumping, I got to get out. I'm not holding this, and it squeezed me out. If it doesn't start dumping here in a few moments, I'm getting out of this trade. If it starts dumping on back below 240, I feel good. But if it keeps fighting to break 250, I'm walking. I'm walking away. I'm not going to hold this for another 50-cent squeeze. Not going to happen. But again, I took it to the short side, as I said I was going to, but it's not really dumping the way I expected it to dump. Yeah, I'm out. I don't like it. It's fighting for 250. I'm out. I think it's going to keep going. I don't trust it. It should have been a pop, dump. Should have come right up, hit that level, dumped on back down. Buyers were fighting too hard for it. I'm out. I'm out. Right at break even, actually. Fantastic. Good way to manage that trade. Looking for that spike up right to the penny, that immediate drop on off. And we see it's fighting too much around 250. No, thank you. I'm okay. I'm good. Looks like it wants to keep going. It's okay because we have volatility, and I love volatility. I love it. So if we do like start dumping back on down here, you have that dip buy level off the hiccup candle at 222. But this thing is just absolutely just rocking and rolling, guys. Just rocking and rolling. Where is your next level of resistance here on HTRC? Obviously, you're going to have $3. Then you're looking up towards around 334. So this thing could technically get all the way up to $3.34 here on HTRC. So again, looking for that big red candle back down the 222. Halt level is 199. So if you get that nice big red candle back down the 222 into this hiccup area where we had that nice rip, the stall, the follow through. We call these hiccup candles right there. These like to bounce. So if we do indeed rip on up and then we start dumping very quickly into that lower shadow of the hiccup candle, those things like to bounce and rebound right off those levels. Right now, your next resistance is just psychological resistance at $3. Like, how much higher is this going to go before sellers start moving on in? Because at any moment, the real traders, the professionals, they're getting in down here for the break over resistance out of this channel. Right? It was a third touch channel break. A little bit of that channel breakout we were talking about. So professionals are in here. They're taking profit. Right? They're riding some. They're taking profit. They're riding some. They're taking profit. All right? What are newer traders doing? They're chasing this. They're buying at the high of day. They're buying at the high of day. The second we see that profit taking move on in, and it comes down just a little too low for comfort, what do these traders do that were buying at high a day do? They start panicking, they start freaking out, they start selling, it starts dumping. What's the next move? What's every trader's next move, right? The ones that are chasing this right now, they're freaking out. They're like, oh my gosh, it's pulling back. I don't like this. Oh no, I bought it at 285 thinking it was going to go to 330. Oh no, what do? Let me stop out. Let me take a small loss. If it comes down a little bit further here, everybody's going to freak out and start getting out. Watch for this thing to come right back down to that 222 area. And that's where I'm looking to take this for a dip buy. We do have one final hoorah, one final leg up before we actually start to see that profit taking really move on in. Up towards around 3, and even if it slightly breaks above $3, I would attempt another short for a false high a day break or a false break over 3 to see if we start to see some good selling pressure move in and see if we get that panic, see if traders become fearful, really pull this on down. It could be a nice little short into this hiccup candle level. And that's where I think about going long for a nice little dip buy opportunity here on HTCR. Right now, if we do start dumping right here, 222 is a great dip buy level. 214 is the current halt level, just so you guys know. $2.14 is the current halt level on HTRC. So right now, just trying to get that one fantastic opportunity that just is the trade that we expect. All right, GOTU at BBL. I love it, Johnny. The boom, boom, lame. But that had potential to do what HTCR did on GOTU. Right, because if we would have broken on out here, we had room to that 221. That would have been a really nice 30+ cent move. And it had that potential, but it wasn't the one that traders landed on. The HTCR is the one stock now that traders are landing on. What did we say earlier? When these other stocks start to fade and fall, all right, EFOI is not really ripping. Redbox is done. GOTU fails. AERC and these other stocks are not really doing too much. Traders are going to say, what's the best stock to be on right now? And it's clearly HTCR. This is where 80% of the focus is right now at this point in time. So this is where 80% of the opportunity is going to be at this point in time. It's going to be here on HTRC. Halt level to the upside right now is 320. So 320 halt to the upside, 214 is the halt level to the downside. He's squeezing right to 3. Let's see a false break over 3 maybe. Very overextended. I want to see a false break at over 3. If it would have peaked over 3 and then came right back down, that would have been a short. If it would have peaked over 3 and then came right back down, that would have been a short. Halt level is still 323. 323 halt level, yep. And of course, couldn't just go 1 cent over 3, just 1 cent, and then right back below for the short. Alt level still 216, guys. 216, but I'm liking this volatility. I'm liking this volatility now. It's definitely scalpable. It's definitely tradable for me. I like this type of movement. For those of you that play like solid strategies and setups, right now this is all just, in my opinion, this is a stock that you want to scalp. Get these quick pullbacks, you're in. If it doesn't push immediately, you get out before a massive dump. You're not chasing the stock at high a day. All right, you're not chasing the stock for a $3 breakout. You're just looking for these rips, quick pullback, catch the next rip, get out. Pull back into support, get it. Stops right below support, 5-10 cents at most. Get that next little 30-40 cent rip on up. Right now, as far as like any kind of setup or strategy, the only one was down here, and that was the break out of the channel. Right? We had a nice tight channel here on HTCR. We simply broke out of the channel to the upside. If you guys don't know the channel strategy, this is a perfect textbook definition of a simple channel strategy. The way it formed, the high or low, the break was absolutely amazing. So dive into that video lessons library and watch that lesson titled How to Trade the Channel Breakout. If you do like the scalp, this is a very scalpable stock at this point in time. If this would have peaked over 3 by like 1 or 2 cents, like 301, 302, and then I saw the ask come right back below 3, I had my finger on the trigger for a short. But it came right to 3, and I'm like, I'm not going to take it at 3, because knowing me, it'll probably go to 334. If that explosive move would have put me slightly over $3, that would have been a decent short. And that's just how again, that's my discipline. If it's not literally to the penny on what I'm expecting and how I anticipate it to play on out, I can't take the trade. I know it was a crazy short. Josh, you missed the short over 2 cents. Yep, I did. I missed the short over 2 cents. I wanted to see 301, 302 high day. I missed it over 2 cents. Right? But that's what I wanted to see for me to feel confident to jump into the short side. Alt level to the downside right now is 220. So that hiccup level is not good. That hiccup level for the dip buy is no bueno. Why is that? Well, that's 222 is the dip buy level. The halt level is at 220. That's way too close. That's way too close. It comes down to 220. Now I'm stuck in a halt to the long side. That's not good. I don't want that. If we can see that halt level come down to like maybe 210 to 215, that gives me enough time to cut that trade if it doesn't bounce before it possibly gets halted to the downside. So right now, HTRC, you may have a little bit of a head and shoulder formation playing on out. So a little bit of this left shoulder, head, could be a little bit of a right shoulder, but there's a lot of momentum here. Ripping on up, pulling back to the 9 EMA, ripping. Pulling back to the 9 EMA, you could see that next leg up, and we could see it over 3 to 334, but you have to be very quick on the trigger. Right, this is a type of stock that you got to be very quick on the trigger. You know, if you come below that 252, you're out. So you're out. If it doesn't start ripping up to 3, I'd be a little iffy with it. So I'm not buying it right here. I'm not buying it right here. Right now, I see a potential head and shoulders formation here. Throw a little bit of a neckline on here, maybe. You got a little bit of a trend line, yeah? A little bit of a trend line, maybe establishing that neckline. So we're looking to see what this is going to start doing. And right now, I definitely have the temptation to short it. But at the same time, I see it having room back up to 3. That's 30 cents. But I also know when this thing dumps, it's going to absolutely dump. So I'm trying to be as patient as possible and wait for the absolute best entry. Definitely looks to have a little bit of that head and shoulders formation, guys. Slowing down, losing a lot of volume. You ever start cracking 250, probably have some traders placing stops below 250. So let's see if it gets smacked to the downside here. They're starting to really roll on over. 258. Really got to start opening up to the downside and really start just dumping on off. Below 250, we look good down the 222. And below $2.50, we look very nice down the 222. Alt level right now is 216, so that 222 dip buy would work out fantastically. Again, that 222 dip buy would work out fantastically, guys. If we do start cracking that 250, I mean, 222 is a wonderful dip buy level. I think 222 is a great dip buy level if we can start cracking that 250. So what you got to do? You got to pop back up to 3, or you just got to dump below 250. So got some decent volume starting to step on in here. So right now, it looks like it wants to get back up to 3. But if you do see it peak here at 284, let's say it just pushes on up to 284 and it's struggling, and we start to see it pull back off that level, you still have that possibility of this stock being a nice little head and shoulders formation, guys. So it's definitely something worth paying attention to at this point in time here on HTCR. Now, if this level support holds up 254, and we do see $3 break, and if you guys are long on this, buying off that 254 level right across these lows here, again, you have a $3 target and then a I'd say a 334 target and then 374 target there on HTCR. But personally, what I'm looking for, guys, is I'm looking for this to top out and really start rolling over. Start selling on off a little bit. I think it could. Now, could it break 3 up to 330 before it starts really selling on off? Absolutely. So right now, team, we're just kind of watching to see what it's going to do over the next couple of moments here. Looking to see if it's going to pop back up to 3, or maybe see if it's going to start rolling on over and confirm that slight head and shoulders formation here on HTCR. Does have that look here like it may want to try and get that pop on up to 3, but I don't really trust it right now. For some reason, I have that gut feeling that it's going to just dump on off. Now, I could be wrong, but every now and then when I get that gut feeling, that intuition starts coming out. For some reason, I just have that gut feeling that it's going to start just really pulling back here. Take a lot of traders into the long side and then just start dumping on back down to the 220s for some reason. So I'm just kind of watching this price action, watching this level 2, looking to see what happens over the next few moments here. Looking like we're trying to break above 280. There's 281 break. Right off that prior high here of 283. Still sitting back, waiting, relaxing. That's it. Just sitting back, waiting, relaxing. Looking to see what we're going to do up here towards around $3. All it takes is one little red candle to really get things going. It takes one little red candle to start freaking people out of the trade. One red candle, that's all it takes before traders like, it's not going, let me get out, it's going to dump, and they just start getting out. Let's see what's going to happen here, guys. You know, you got a nice large upper shadow there. Rejection off that 280. Prior high, definitely still looking like it could be a little bit of a head and shoulders, but right now, I'm just like a little 50-50. I do have that gut feeling that I do feel like it's going to dump on down here in a few moments. But we're just kind of chopping around until we actually see that decision. So if we can start cracking below that 270, that would be phenomenal. If we can start cracking below 270 here. We get down below 270 from the bids. Just start really dumping on off here. Come on, crack that 270. Crack it. Start really opening on up to the downside. Crack that 270, baby. You know you'll want to do it. There's 266. There's 265. Keep on coming down. Back down to 254. Come on, don't let me down. Don't let me down here, HTCR. You just start dropping the way you know you want to drop. You start coming on down here, baby. Don't you dare break back above 270 and go to $3. You don't want to. You want to keep dumping. 250. 230, 222. What you gonna do? Man, back above 270 on the bid. What are you doing? Open on up and just start dumping on down like I know you want to. Want me to talk dirty to it? When I talk dirty to the stocks, typically they do exactly what I want. All right, HTCR. You dump for me another 30, 40 cents. All right, I'll split my profits with you 50-50. I know. You're probably talking $10,000. Right, that's $5,000 in your pocket. I know it sounds good, doesn't it? I know. I'll give you 80%. Thank you. Okay. Now that you're really showing some love here, I'll give you 80% HTCR. You come down another 30, 40 cents for me, I'll give you 80% of my profits. I'll give you 80%. You bring this thing down to 250, I'll go ahead and lock in a little bit of profit. You bring this down to 250, I'll lock in a little bit, right? And I'll split that with you at 80-20. Okay, you get 80%, I get 20%. All right, you come down to that 222 for me. I'm going to give you 80% of these profits, but don't you dare try and get back above 270. Because if you get back above 270, I'm going to have to walk away. If I walk away, I'm not making any money on this trade. If I don't make money, I have nothing to split with you. I know it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It makes perfect sense. So you know exactly what you got to do. Dump on down, sweetheart. You got to start dumping on off. You got to start freaking out these traders. Right? These longs that are buying at 3, freak them out. Right? Bring it below 250. Make them panic a little bit here, right? Make them panic. Make them fearful. They're going to start just getting out of that trade. They were FOMOing in. Now they don't know what to do, right? You know what to do. You know to bring it below that 250. That's where everybody's going to start stopping out. Start pushing back above 270. You're going to start getting me out of that stupid trade. I got out of the short. Yeah, I'm not talking. Yeah, I don't know. I'm too focused on the level 2 that I'm just talking out my you know what. No. I'm just looking. Yep. So I was in at 275 for the short, and it came down, and I was up almost $1,000 on the trade, but I still feel like we're going to get that 250 crack. And now it's pushing back up. I'm not going to take the risk of it going back to 3, so I just got out. Right? Not really dumping on when I thought it was going to dump. I expected this to be that fall. Now that it's bouncing back up, I'm out of the trade. Right? If it sets back up again, I'll jump right back in. But right now, I'm not going to sit here and hold a 7,000 share position to the short side when it could go up 20 cents from here. Do I think it still has potential to drop on down? Absolutely. I thought that was the drop right here to get that crack at that 254, 250 to really start dumping on off. So right now, trying to make the best decisions possible. It's not going to start dumping on off when I think it's going to start dumping on off. I'm not going to sit here and hold a trade that has potential to squeeze 30 cents. Maybe back up to that 334. Lose 60 cents a share? No, thank you. I'm playing it nice and tight. Right when I think this stock is going to start rolling on over is right when I want to start getting in. But what do we have right now, guys? Break of the downtrend coming on up. Right, we have a nice little downtrend here that we're looking to break on HTCR. You have a trend line. You got a little bit of this trend line. So right now, team, I'm still for some reason leaning to the short side. There's just something about this that makes me think that it's going to start dumping on off. Maybe try to break this downtrend. And then you see a lot of that profit taking, large upper shadow, starts the dump on off, below 250, down to 222. That's what I expect to happen. And that's why I'm sitting here just looking for the short. Now, if I'm wrong, hey, there's no reason to get in. I'll watch it rip up to 3. I'll watch it rip to 334. Like I said, I have a feeling. I've got a feeling that it wants to dump on down. RDBX is starting to grind on back up here a little bit, team. RDBX is back above 10 now. I'm just going to stick with my gut because I know the second I say, well, you know what? Yeah, it's got a downtrend. It's going to break. And I start going long is the second it starts dumping. So I'm going to stick to what I think is going to happen. And I think it is going to start cracking and start falling on off. That's what I honestly think is going to happen. So instead of trying to justify, oh, it looks like we got a downtrend break coming on up. Let me take it for the break of the downtrend. No, thanks. I'm okay. If it breaks, I'll watch it rip and run. But I have like 80% confidence right here, right in that gut. Is that your gut? I got like 80% confidence that I have that feeling that it's going to attempt to break that downtrend and it's just going to get smacked. It's just going to start. That's exactly what it's going to do. Just like that. We see that break on out here, the downtrend. It looks like it wants to break and go. We start to see it back below 270. I think that's when we can start really falling, fading on off here. But it's not as volatile as it was. It's kind of just a little bit steadier now. It's not moving as aggressively as it was here. I like that volatility. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's see what's going to happen here. See what's going to happen. I'm still sticking to my guns. Or I guess you call it a gut. Yeah, is it the gut? You're still sticking to your gut? You're still sticking to your guns. I'm sticking to my gut and my guns. I'm sticking to the gut and the guns here. Taking forever. It's like right when you think it's going to make that move. Nope. Right when you think it's going to make that move. Nope. So it's still just waiting. There's that 283, 283, 280. Are buyers going to hold this above 280? I said it's not really as volatile as it was. It's not moving as aggressively as it was here a little bit ago. So we don't see something happen in the next couple minutes. What else do we got going on? Right? If we don't have anything else really taking on off, anything else really doing much, I know Redbox is slowly trying to grind on back up, little by little. The ERU is on a slow little grind. Back up to 3. If it breaks 3, guys, if my gut was wrong and this thing just wants to rip, I mean, over 3, you got room to 334. 334 would be next, over $3. I'm just curious to see if it pops 3. Like, that same approach applies. If this is a pretty big, strong break over 3 and you see it just kind of getting slammed right back down, I don't know, guys. There's just something about it that makes me believe it's still going to be a little bit of a short. But if I'm wrong, you know what? I'm wrong. Where's the next opportunity at? Back up to 3. You got to try and slightly pop over 3. You got a big wall of selling at 3. Huge sellers at 3, guys. You got like 100K sitting at $3. Like 100K sitting at $3. Taking him out. Watch the break. Watch the break. You're taking him out. Taking him out. Oh, come on. Ah, my goodness. This stock, I tell you what, I'm having a hard time with this freaking stock. My goodness. You see that fall, you see that quick break. Like, it broke. It hit like 302, 303, and then you saw it go right back down, all the way into the 290s, and then it just stopped. I'm like, it didn't, and that's what I was looking for, that false break over 3. Get that quick short, and to get that nasty little dump on down like it did right here. And it had everything backing it up. Slight break over 3, 302, 303. Back down below $3, bids at 290s, and then it just popped on up. I may just shift my focus elsewhere. HTCR. I thought you loved me, HTCR. I thought you wanted to split some profits with me, HTCR. What are you guys looking at? Is there anything you guys are looking at right now at this point in time that you think has potential? Very quiet in chat. I know you guys are just sitting back watching. I'm looking at VERU. It's very slow and steady right now. VERU slow and steady right now. RDBX starting to come back down a little bit. HTCR retesting 3. It does have room to 330 here. IMTE was on the halt scanner at 1127. IMTE. Is it halted down or halted up? Oh my God. That's disgusting. Woo! Look at that. IMTE. What a freaking dump today on IMTE. Wow. Oh, that's disgusting. That's not what you want to see. That's no bueno there. Is HUSA doing a little something, something? Yeah. First things first, guys, on HUSA, first things first is we need to be breaking this 734. We can start seeing HUSA breaking 734. That's when that next wave of volume is really going to start moving on in, pushing the stock up towards around 853. So yeah, HUSA definitely has potential right now, and there's still some stuff moving around, guys. RDBX is not really looking all that great. EFOI is dead right now. AERC dumping on off. AUVI not really doing too much. GOTU literally no volume. CYRN has been a chop fest all day, but you do have HUSA, slow and steady to the upside right now. You got HUSA that's, doing okay. I mean, the number one stock still at this point in time, traders, it's HTCR. All right, what's our job is to identify where the majority of traders are at, right? Where are the majority of traders at today? Are they really on Redbox right now? No, guys, come on. They're not on RDBX. Are they on VERU? I mean, not the majority of traders. You got a few stragglers on VERU, right? You got a few stragglers on RDBX. You got some stragglers on HUSA, but where's the majority? They're here on HTCR. So where do we want to be at? HTCR, right? Volume. It has the volume. It has the activity. And it has the potential to really make some nice moves. So right now, guys, I definitely expected this to dump on off. Yes, I missed the initial short to the penny. That 50-cent drop, I missed it. Getting in right here, looking for the drop, it wants to rip on up. False break over the highs here, coming back down to the 290s, really expecting that drop. It wants to break and hold 3. So right now, it's kind of sitting back, waiting for the next best opportunity. And we could still see $3.34. Next resistance, $3.34. Then we could see up towards around $3.88 if you guys are thinking about playing this to the long side. Back below $3, crack of the trend line. Right, back below that $3 level. Broke on out, tried the retest and break, couldn't. We don't see this back above 3 and we start to proceed. And we start breaking and cracking this trend line. I'm going to aim for one more short. And if this stock just doesn't follow through the way I expect for like the 3rd time in a row, I'm probably just going to set this stock off to the side for now. Right now, you do have this trend line as support. You did fall back below $3, and $3 is a key level. It's a psychological level. So looking to see what happens up here around $3. Can it break back above 3 and start ripping back up to 330? We shall see. But if we do not see $3 break, and we see these lower highs continue to form into this trend line, and we start to crack the trend line, that's where I think things could really start dumping on off, back down into the 250s. You and me and you. Yeah, I'm singing to you, HTCR. We're gonna go to the store, buy some Gucci bags, because you're gonna dump on down and get me paid together forever. I love you, HTCR. I love you, HTCR. I love you so much. So much. You're my favorite person in the whole world. So again, we know how trend lines work. When a stock is above a trend line, it's considered bullish. When a stock starts to crack the trend line and go from the bullish side, it goes to the bearish side. Typically, they crack, they fade, they fall, they dump on off. Why is that? Traders put stop losses below trend lines. So traders see this trend line here. They start to see the crack of the trend line. Right? What do? They start panicking, they start selling, they start getting out of that position. So right now with HTCR, if we can start to see this really crack like 280, the trend line as well, we are going from the bullish side to the bearish side, and that's where stop losses get triggered. So below that 280, things could get interesting. There we go. There's the nice little crack at 280. Keep on opening up. Keep selling off, baby. Keep selling on off. I have no intentions on closing this until we hit 250. It's chopped me out a few times on the trades. It's chopped me out a few times. But right now, I do see my goal at 254 here. Can we finally work our way back into the green? Can we finally work our way out of this chop from HTCR? Can this bad boy open up and drop another 25 cents to the downside? Or are we going to bounce here and go back up over 3? Or are we going to be all weird, HTCR? Are you going to be a weirdo today? You look like you're being a weirdo today, HTCR. Being a weirdo. Looking for that crack at 270 next, team. Looking to see if we can pop below 270 next. I may take a little bit of profit just to get paid, but I do think we could still see this move lower. I'm going to lock in a little bit here and be smart because this thing likes to chop me out left and right. My cost basis was 288. I can at least take some profits, get back into the green here. And I can always look for a re-entry if it's going to continue to chop around and not get that big time move in the direction that I think we could really go here on HTCR. We retest that trend line and we start rolling over again, I'm going to add the HTCR. This is still the one stock that everybody should be watching at this point in time. Where's the halt level to the downside? 229. 229 is the halt level to the downside. One more green candle into this trend line. I would love to be able to re-enter for the next leg down here. I do still think we get that next leg down, but I do think we see it tap like 285 first. I could be wrong, but that's okay because I still have a position on the table. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I do think we could possibly come up and tap that 285. Yeah, 100%. 285. Yeah, right there. Resistance, false breakout, resistance, support, 9 EMA, retest of the trend line. Or it continues to melt the faces of shorts. There's shorts jumping on in here. They're just getting their faces melted off. They get into a short. It's not opening on up. It's not following through, and it just squeezes them on out. There's that 285. Let's see, can we just have that third candle drop on off? Let's see. That was that little two-legged pullback to 285, 9 EMA. Let's see. And that's the retest of that trend line as well. This thing likes to crack and then get back above support. Right? We've seen that crack of support. It gets right back above. It breaks resistance, comes right back below. Right now, we have a couple reasons right around that 285. Retesting that trend line, it's hitting that 285 resistance level right at that 9 EMA. A little bit of a three-legged pullback after the crack of the trend line. I mean, I like those. I like those three-legged pullbacks, especially once you crack a trend line and come back up to retest it with a three-legged pullback, and you validate it with a few other levels of support or resistance. Not all that bad. But I just cannot seem to really just nail this today. And right now, it's squeezing me out once again. I'm going to be more patient with it right now, guys. I'm going to be patient with it. Instead of like, let me go ahead and jump out real quick. Let me be patient here. If I was just a little patient, could have paid off a little bit better. I'm not going to get freaked out that it's squeezing above 290. I'm just going to see what it does. If I take a bigger loss here, so be it. So be it. It'll be my first big loss. That's fine. I had a couple baby losses today that are adding up to about 840 per trade. I can risk $2,000 to $3,000 per trade. That's usually what my structure is and my plan is. 2 to 3%. I could usually risk a couple $1,000, but I have yet to put myself in a position of risking a couple $1,000. I've still been keeping it relatively small. I've just been chopped out a little bit. So I'm going to try and be patient here with it. Again, we are right below. I mean, we were below that 285. You did crack the trend line. So you cracked the trend line. Coming back up to retest the trend line as resistance. And you have this downtrend here. And support is all the way back down at 254. Right? Support's all the way back down at 254 here. I'm going to scale out in halves. And I'll scale out in fourths. So just adding a little bit up there. And now I'm switching my my position over to scale out in increments of fourths or 25%. Looking to see this next leg down come on through. I mean, it looks fantastic. I mean, it really does. Like, so fantastic that I can take my hand off the trigger. That's how confident I feel that the thing's going to get pulled down into the 250s. But, I mean, if this does come back above 294, I'm going to have to just get out. And I'm going to have to probably just shift my focus elsewhere because HTCR and me are just not meshing well today. Again, it wants that retest. It wants that crack. But watch this thing just squeeze up to 3. Right? I wouldn't be surprised if the thing just ran right to 3. It's a perfect short in my opinion. Cracking the trend line, retesting the trend line, falsely breaking out over 3, too high a day, just nasty candles, just getting rejected, pushed back down. I mean, I see a couple of reasons why this would be a good short. Now you got downtrend resistance as well. Uptrend support turns into resistance. The price action suggests it wants to come down. It tries to make it move up, upper shadow. But right now, I feel like I'm going to get stopped out here. Right now, for some reason, I feel like I'm just going to get squeezed out of this trade. I'll probably be done with HTCR. I can't seem to just nail it. I've been patient with you, HTCR. I've been patient with you. Not working with me, baby. I don't know what's going on here. What you gonna do when I come for you? So, team, do we have any questions? It's been very, very quiet inside the chat today. Very quiet inside the chat. Do you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, team? Want to make sure that you are getting your questions answered. If you see anything that's setting up, anything that's moving, anything that you think has great potential and you want me to take a peek at it for you and dissect it, please let me know. I love how trend lines are so subjective. There's another pretty validated trend line. So I know we cracked this trend line, which got that initial drop on down here on HTCR. But now if we actually take that trend line away, we actually are holding this trend line. So right now, I actually don't like this short position at this point in time. So yeah, I'm going to get out of this, guys. I'm going to get out, reassess. I missed a couple great opportunities, which is unfortunate, but it happens. Buy a couple pennies, but I'm still going to give it a sec. But if it pops back above 3, I'll just walk away from it, back above $3. All right, fingers on that button to start walking away if it doesn't start dropping on down. Again, I do think I think it's going to. I mean, you have that high day here at 3, got rejected, dumped, breaking over 3, pulling back for the retest, absolutely failing, dropping on off, back up to 3, starting to curl on over a little bit. You kind of see that rainbow effect. You kind of see that little arch right here, off the downtrend, off $3 resistance. If we do start arching and rolling over into this trend line, that could lead to a crack of the trend line and then dump. You were in an uptrend, uptrend, uptrend. I start shorting this stock as it looks like it's going to get rejected and start going from uptrend to downtrend. And I can clearly see that we're in a very short-term downtrend, right? We falsely broke over 3, pulled back, couldn't retest it, dumped. So we see that $3 is going to be a struggle. We make this low, we're putting in this lower high. We can see this lower low follow through of 272. We are now in this downtrend to pull us down to that 254 level. And that's my target, is right around 254. So I like the short trade. I do. I don't like the stock. Okay, I like the technicals. I like what I see here from a visual standpoint. I like the technicals suggesting this could drop and crack on down. As to why I'm short, I don't like the stock and how it's moving. The price action now wasn't the type of price action we saw here. All this price action, very consistent. I was able to read it. The order flow, level 2, time and sales. I was able to really get a clear picture of this. Since I've actually been looking at this for a trade and actually been in the stock, it's just, you know, I've really lost that, you know, my ability, that edge to really get a sense of that price action. Reading the level 2, the time and sales, because it's just a little bit more on the choppier side. But right now, I'm still holding. Like, I'm willing to take that nice big loss. I'm looking to see if we can start cracking this trend line here, because I do still see that potential down to 254. But right now, it's like every time it looks like it wants to crack, back up. And it looks like it wants to break, and then back down. So right now, it's just not one of those stocks that I'm really able to get a clear sense of direction on and exactly where it's going, which I don't like that. If we continue to chop around and not really make a lot of sense, like I told you guys a little bit ago, I'll probably just walk away completely from HTCR, and we'll find something else that's moving around, something else that has good potential. But yeah, if we start to break this downtrend, we start to see it back above 3, I'll take my nice, healthy loss and find the next best opportunity, and we'll make a bet. But right now, I'm looking for that crack of the trend line. I'm looking for these lower highs to continue to form. I'm looking to get that lower low below 271. That's when it's going to really start dropping on off here. So here's what I'm going to do. This is what I am going to do. The ask back below 280. Back below 280, seeing the crack at 275. If we see the crack at 275, if we see it losing 280, I'm going to add one more time. My stop will be break even. I'll keep it that tight because I expect the crack to be the crack that dumps on down. If we get the crack below 275, I think that's going to be the one that just drops down another 25 cents. I would add to that, put a stop at break even, because if it doesn't crack and start dropping, it's still going to remain choppy. It's probably going to chop up to 3, back down to 280. Maybe over 3 to 310, back down. I'm just going to stay away from it completely. But if I see that technical crack at that 275, I have one last add in me. I'll add one more time. My cost base will be brought down just a little bit, but I expect to see it open up and drop pretty much instantaneously. If we don't see that instantaneous drop and it continues to just try and figure out, get a sense of direction, I'll just walk away completely. And right now, I'm thinking about walking away little by little. I'm thinking about just getting out of this. We don't crack 280 in the next probably 1 minute on this candle. I think I'm just going to walk away from it. All right, I'm getting out. I think it wants to break. I'm getting out. Watch. Watch me get out of it, and then watch it just dump on off. I tell you what, my broker loves me. Whew, Josh with those commissions and fees again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all getting paid today. And yeah, I'm just going to get out. I'm going to walk away. I still don't think it's going to break and rip. I mean, I could be very wrong, but I'm looking at some of the other stocks in the market right now. I'm just looking across the board. Yeah, I mean, I just don't really see. I don't know. I just don't see it breaking and ripping any higher. I see it pulling back to 250 first before it sets up. I really do, for some reason, just think we're going to crack on down before it breaks that $3 again. Is this finally the drop? Is this finally the drop? Are we going to go? Or are we just going to fake me in again? If this is the last time. This is the last time. Now, wouldn't you guys say, yeah, that's the one that comes on down? If you were long, you'd be getting out, right? If you were long on this, you'd be getting out. All right, I'm just gonna walk away. How about that? How about I just say, you know, I'm gonna walk away, come back, see where it's at in 20 minutes. I mean, this was great price action. Plain, consistent. Plain, consistent, readable. Right? Every time I get that sign, looking at the level 2 and the time and sales and the sense of price action, you know, it's like, dude, that's it. That's the move. That's the drop. You know, I was able to read it here all the way up. Now it's just a little challenging, in my opinion, to read. So let's see if we get that drop. I still have that 254 target. See if we can start dropping on off here. Below 275, where we should really start selling on off a little bit. If we can drop below 275. Are we dropping? Are we finally going to drop? Yay! Yay! It's finally dropping. Woo! All right, let's go ahead and start scaling out. About time. Jesus, about time. Now watch it just squeeze back up over $3 like right now. That's silly. That's silly. All right, let's scale out a little bit here. Finally. Jesus, took forever. And chopped out, chopped out, chopped out, chopped out, just to get 500 bucks on the day. There's 600 on the day. That's not bad. That feels better. That feels better. I'm above 5, but God, man, that sucked. I got chopped out left and right, down $1,000 at one point, just getting chopped out. It took one trade to finally just make that move. So I mean, at least it's green. Green's good, but it took forever. I know. I told you, like I said, I was like, that feeling that it's going to come down to 250, maybe that 222 before it even thinks about getting that leg up, even back over $3. But every time it drops, it comes right back up. So that leads me to believe that there are a lot of shorts jumping in on this. It leads me to believe that there are a lot of shorts as well jumping in on this. And then it starts to bounce, and these shorts are getting squeezed out because you see those cracks and then that squeeze, the crack, the squeeze. So I took a good majority of my position off the table. I'm still holding a decent amount right now. Let's take another 750 off. Let's take another 750 off. I'll run 3,000, maybe put a stop at break even and just see how low it's going to go. I'm not really happy about the trade. All in all, just so you guys know, I'm not really happy with how this trade played out. And the reason I'm not happy with the way the trade played out is I got chopped out quite a few times before actually getting that move that I thought was going to happen way up here. It took, 3 different attempts of just taking those small paper cuts. And even though this was a pretty nice trade from the entry down to where it went, it just didn't really even get me to where I was expecting to get to as far as, profit. So I'm not very happy with the trade all in all, but, it is what it is. So now what? Is that an ad? Nah, I'm not going to add to it. 282 cost basis, 3,000 shares left. I see potential down to 254. So that's about 30 cents. That's another $900. That's $600 more than I have now. That puts me up to $900. I'm going to be patient with it. If I start seeing that the P&L going back to like zero, and I'm like totally break even, I may just scale out a little bit more to reduce the risk, but I'm going to give it a few more seconds to see if we do indeed get that drop to my 254 target. And if so, that's going to push me very, very close. That $1,000 mark on the day. More work than I anticipated today. More work, more of a challenge than I anticipated today on HTCR, but you can't always have it your way. It's not always going to just work out exactly the way you want. Now, when they do, it's like, thank goodness, that was easy, that was simple, in and out, done for the day. This was definitely work on HTRC. I felt like I worked hard for this $200, and I'm like, yeah, that's not why I'm all that crazy about how the trade played out. So let's see if we can hit that, which we did, 275. And let's see if we get this next leg down. Nice leg down, light volume bounce, back into that 275 level that we were really waiting for the crack. And now we just want to see that next leg down here. Put you right around that 250 to 254 mark. Start pushing back above 275. I'm just going to start scaling out here a little bit. And then once this trade is closed, and I'm like, all right, fine, we're done. We can move on, okay? Got a question for everybody in chat. Go ahead and hit me with a thumbs up. Something, say, yes, I'm here. Thumbs up, smiley face, fire emoji. I don't know. If you guys are in chat, I want to see who all is in chat right now. How many traders have we got inside of chat right now at this point in time? Rod, he's like, I'm her. I'm here, Mr. Rod. I see Trader Girl Beth's in here. Morgan, Placid, Kamal, Mr. G, Charles. I see you guys up in chat. Steve's here. B. Graham present. John Boy hanging out. Ron, yo. What's up? I got a question for you guys here in a moment. I'm probably going to close this out here in a sec. Not really following through as with much volatility as I expected. I expected to see this thing really drop on off that 30 cents, just clean and easy. It's just not moving the way it was. We are coming into lunch. We are losing a lot of volume. There was a lot of uncertainty and choppiness over the past 30 minutes. So I'm probably just going to close this out. And we'll be here this afternoon in Power Hour team. And we'll see if there's any opportunity. Yesterday in Power Hour was phenomenal. Yesterday in Power Hour was amazing. And honestly, over lunch was pretty darn good as well. So we have a little bit of a discussion here coming on up at 12. Yesterday, we saw a lot of action around 12, 12:30. If we start to notice that similar action, we have lunchtime movement, I may just postpone the gym and lunch and sit here with you guys and trade. If we have some action in the market like we saw yesterday. Kamal's here, J Doss, Steve, Asif, another Steve. I love the username, another Steve. And Tino. All right, I got a question coming on up, guys. So stay tuned. And we'll probably put it into a make a poll out of it or something. We'll see. You done? The course here? Oh, you haven't gone to the shop yet. When are you trying to leave? One sec, guys. All right, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Do apologize. The wife walked in. She has to get her tires replaced, but she's got one's like just really leaking air, like really, really, really bad, and so she's got to drive it like 40 minutes to get the air, or not the air, the tires put on. So the shop that has the tires, it's like 40 minutes away, but she just drove that car for like 20 minutes, 20 miles, and she had to stop 3 times. So she's taken one of the busiest highways from here to the shop to replace those tires. I don't want her stopping on the side of the road doing that. I would rather be the one to do it, making those stops, all that good stuff. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be leaving here, guys, jumping in her vehicle, trying to get it to the shop, because again, I'm about to stop probably every 15 to 20 minutes, air it up, air it up, air it up, get it there, and then I'll have my car to come back. And I'll make sure that I'm here at 2:30. All right. So as far as being here for the next 2 hours, I thought she was going to be able to get it down there without stopping multiple times. But she's going to have to stop multiple times. I know the run flats and all that good stuff. But again, I'm going to make sure I help out, make sure she's not pulling off on the side of the road. And then something happen. I'd rather something happen to me. God forbid, but I would rather be there to make sure that nothing happens, that we're all set right to the rock. So no, I'll see you guys this afternoon, right? I'll be back around 2:30. It's about maybe 45 minutes down the road, 45 minutes back, 30 minutes. I'll be here around 2:30. We're going to crack. We're going to hit it hard for some power hour commentary, guys. But I do have a quick question for you guys, and I'd like you to post your answer in crypto. Okay? So crypto chat right now is not really active for today, so post this answer inside of crypto. Like I told you guys this week, I said I'm going to go a few days this week. Different structure, different style, right? Like I told you guys last week as well, what the game plan for the month of June was leading up to July, end of the year. And we talked about that. But if you're newer to chats, if you were not here during those discussions, basically to sum everything up and simplify it is, I don't even know what I'm trying to get at. I literally don't even know what I'm trying to get at right now. I'm thinking about driving there and driving back. So yes, so you saw today, right? You have a great comparison of today inside a chat, and you know exactly what to expect based on what we've done in the past, okay? Now, again, I told you guys I just give you some examples, right? Come in, do what we do every single day inside a chat. The structure, the flow, the education, the value. And then you said, hey, take a couple of days to do your thing, Josh. To trade, we'll watch you, we learn from you. So the question here today, and you can answer your question here inside of, answer this question in crypto. You saw what it would be like on a day-to-day basis based on today's structure. Today's structure was coming in at the set time, talking about these stocks, getting you guys prepared, helping you find opportunities, building these plans. That didn't change. The only thing that changed today was I was more in tuned and more dialed into my trades. So you know our day-to-day structure and what to expect. We've been doing it consistently for over a year and a half. Today, you got a great example of me being more dialed into my trades, looking at the stock I want to look at, the stock that I think has the best potential, shorting the stock, going long on the stock, not looking at this stock, that stock, but really dialed into my stock, my opportunity, my trading, but still looking at these other plays, looking at these other opportunities, making sure that you're aware of these opportunities. You know exactly where to get in and where to get out, building those plans. So my question to you today is, you know exactly what we've done for the last year and a half and what to expect. That's structure number one. Structure and approach number two is, you know what to expect if I do dial in more to my trading. A lot of you guys have said, dial more into your trading. This is what to expect if I dial more into my trading. Okay, so I want a just very honest answer. Number one, keep everything the same. And I'll continue to find that balance to where I'll still lock in my profits. But again, 99.99999% of the focus is making sure that we are on top of your trades, the opportunities that are out there. And you guys kind of have an idea of what to expect. Structure number two, to where I get just a little bit more dialed in to my trading. And you saw that firsthand today. So I'd like some feedback. That's it. I'm just asking for feedback. Most people don't care. They're going to come and do their own thing. Right? They're just going to show up and trade, and you just watch them, and there's no recommendations. They don't ask for what you guys like more other the other. I'm willing to get those recommendations. I'm willing to make adjustments to make sure that the flow and the structure and how just we go about everything inside a chat is how you want the structure to be. So you got what we've done in the past, right? And then what to expect if I do dial more into my trading, like you guys have said, go for it. And I want to make sure that there's a consensus. I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page before we fully move into the final stretch of this year. Okay? So go ahead and just type that up in crypto. I'm just curious to see what you guys have to say. All right? Because I do care a lot about making sure that you're getting the most value and the best education and the most amount of help while you're inside of chat. The last thing I want to do is show up and be so dialed in where you think that it's just watch Josh trade show. This is not a watch Josh trade show like you see with some other traders out there, where it's like, look at me, I just made $100,000 today. And everybody in the chat room's like, okay, well, I didn't make anything. You have mentors like that. I don't want it to be like that. And you guys know that. That's why I'm very, very just passionate about, okay, what do you guys want? What do you guys like the most? And based on the consensus, that's what we're going to roll with. Okay. So I'm just curious to know what your guys' answer is. I would love some feedback. I think that would be absolutely amazing because you are my number one priority. And I want to make sure that you are being taken care of, that you are finding success, that you are achieving your goals, that you are locking in those profits. Okay. I want chat to be active. I want you guys to engage. I want us to have fun. I want us to lock in profits. Okay. And I'm willing to make some sacrifices to make sure that you guys are getting the help in that education and that value that you need to be as successful as possible. All right, team. So I'm going to jump off the mic real quick. I do need to get out of here real quick. Help her take the car down. I'll be back no later than 2:30. We'll dive into it. We'll have some fun, team, and we'll make it happen. And we'll rock and roll for the end of the day. And I'll continue the same structure. I'm back at 2:30. We're going to dissect the market, identify where the opportunity is, get you guys prepared, okay? But whatever stock that I think has the best potential, we're really going to dial into that one stock, and we're really going to just sit back, be patient, relax, wait for those great opportunities, and let's see what we can make happen into the day. And I'm looking for a nice big profit today, guys. So rocky start, choppy start. It's okay. I'm not the happiest with HTCR, right? It took a lot of work and a lot of time just to get a decent profit out of it. It wasn't even decent. It was very minimal. So again, I'm not the happiest with HTCR, but it was green. Again, disconnect, head out of here, come back at 2:30, see where the best opportunity is, and we'll make it happen. I'll come back and look at your messages inside of crypto, see what that consensus is, and go ahead and plan on that being the official structure that we're going to roll with indefinitely July moving forward with Alpha Day Trading, guys. I love you all, and I want to make sure that you're getting the education and the help that you guys need. All right, guys. So I'm done talking now. I'm done ranting and rambling. Enjoy your day. Good job and good work. We'll be back here once again to 2:30. If we have some time, we'll dive into an afternoon lesson, an afternoon topic. We'll come back, see where the opportunity is, and we'll lock in some profits, guys. All right? So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you guys back here in about 2 hours. And let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, in 2, in 1. Way to crush it. Way to make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'll see you back here in about 2 hours. Take care and enjoy your lunch, guys. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, I'm back, baby. My goodness. I tell you what, traffic, no bueno down here in Florida, guys. No bueno. You would never think traffic at 2 o'clock in the afternoon would be so bad. But on a road that normally takes me 15 minutes to get home, took me over an hour to get home. But hey, we're back. We are ready to rock, ready to see if we have any opportunity in the final 1 hour and 10 minutes to go. So team, make sure your live stream is set to live. And we will be all set, ready to rock. Wrong room I'm in right now. So let's go ahead and bop, 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 bop. There we go. There we go. Make sure you set to live and we're all set. If I missed any questions, comments, please go ahead and retype those up. There was an accident. And at first it was like the road's closed. You need to take a detour. I'm like, if I take a detour, it's going to take me 2 hours. It's literally one shot where I got to go back down the highway, connect. It was going to take me an extra hour and a half to just go all the way around because the main road was closed. I was like, yeah, that's no bueno. So we made it happen though. We got it. We're good. I have to use the restroom so bad. I was like, yeah, I don't even have time to use the restroom. Not today. We're coming back in the side of chat. I can hold it for an hour and 9 minutes. I'll be all right. So let's go ahead and look and see what we have right now at this point in time, traders. If there's anything that you're looking at that you think has great opportunity, anything that you think is moving that we can make money on into the day, type it up here inside of chat. Let's take a look at it. Got a nice little break of the downtrend here on RDBX. That's definitely worth watching here into the day. HTCR. Right now, not too much going on. VERU. Not too much going on. So we're going to remove VERU. Uncheck HTCR. RDBX. Potential here, team. Potential. HUSA. Nice big rip and run here today over lunch. Actually, no, right before 12 o'clock. Consolidating over the last couple of hours. Right up to that 860 level. Now we are cracking below that light level of support right around 778. Right now we can see RDBX, or I'm sorry, HUSA, most likely back down here towards around $7.40. Let's keep HUSA on watch. And let's keep RDBX on watch. If there's anything else that I've missed that you guys have been looking at, please let me know. A lot of chop with the SPY and the Qs, more just sideways inside this range. So again, there's been a lot of decent opportunity with small caps. Just looking through messages now, make sure I didn't miss anything. Kamal, did you short HTCR? Was that a short or was that a long? I mean, I know HTCR did fade and fall. It took forever. I mean, absolutely forever, but we ended up getting that massive dump. I would have never held it that long anyway. That was way too long. Honestly, I wasn't a fan of how HTCR played out today. I just wasn't a fan on how choppy it was after that massive run-up. Usually when you have that much volume and that much volatility and you start pulling back and dumping, you usually open on up just like you open on up to the long side. You really start opening on up and dumping on off. And that's what I was expecting. But it didn't play on out. And that just felt like way too much work for that $300 profit. IMTE got crushed on no apparent company news, or at least it hasn't been released. I did notice IMTE earlier that it got absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed on IMTE, and that was absolutely brutal. That looks like some kind of offering, right? You see this kind of price action, you would think, okay, There was an offering here. Absolutely bad. That thing got absolutely destroyed. It would have been an amazing short if you caught that, but my goodness. What a ride. What a wild ride. So we're definitely not going to be watching that. At the moment, we're simply going to be watching HUSA here. And I would say RDBX. The RDBX right now at this point in time should be the #1 watch. I don't know. That got hit so hard. I don't know. I mean, maybe we keep it on watch. We haven't seen a lot of dead cat bounces here lately. There was a stock that we were looking at here a couple of days ago for that possible dead cat bounce, and it just continued to kind of just fade a little bit and fall. We haven't really been seeing those big bounces. But what are we seeing in the current market team? You know, Monday was a pretty choppy day. Monday was a little all over the place. There wasn't a lot of consistency, and we were still like, man, penny stocks are very slow. Penny stocks are still just, again, not consistent. A lot of rug pulls. And then Tuesday, yesterday, what an amazing day with penny stocks. Today, we saw some really great action with penny stocks. So is supernova season around the corner? Are we going to continue to see stocks rip 2, 3, 400% in a single day? Or is this just a fluke? Is this just a few days of great action back to messy price action, messy market conditions? We shall see. But if we do continue to see this consistency play out, again, tomorrow, Friday, hey, let's get locked and loaded. Because like I say, when the market's hot, that's the time to get focused to make it happen. It only takes a couple of days, a couple of amazing days in the market when we have that kind of action to really start making your day, your week, maybe even your month, if we see these stocks continuing to rip 2, 3, 400% in a single day. Don't take this wrong, but so happy to hear you're not saying let's. Oh, don't take this wrong, but so happy to hear you're not saying let's look at the SPY and the Qs. You like that small cap action. Again, my analogy and my example earlier was you have that tool belt, right? Where's the opportunity today with small caps and penny stocks, right? We know that the SPY and the Qs are really range bound and choppy. When we have action with the SPY and the Qs, we want to focus on the SPY and the Qs because there is money to be made in the options world with inverse ETFs. But this week, we knew exactly what to expect. More choppiness, more of a challenging market to trade in. Don't get me wrong, there's been some opportunity. Right? You could have shorted the crack of the trend line and made a killer profit. But small caps have been on fire the past 2 days. And I want to take advantage of these stocks that could rip on up, make some good cash. What are your thoughts about HLBZ? CEO bought 2 million shares 2 days ago for 99 cents. HLBZ, let's go check it out. I will definitely give you a breakdown when it comes to the TA. Just here on Monday, we hit a new 52-week low. Honestly, that was an all-time low on HLBZ. The CEO bought 2 million shares at $1, so a $2 million investment there on HLBZ. So let's ask ourselves this. Why would the CEO of a company where their stock's price has fallen from $15, just say 15 bucks, right? I mean, we can go all the way up to 41, but why would the CEO of a company where their stock is down this much in literally a year be stepping up, buying $2 million worth of shares? Maybe they have something in the pipeline. Maybe they have a big announcement. Maybe there's going to be a big press release. Maybe they have something going on behind the scenes that retail and investors don't know about. So maybe that can be taken as a good sign that they know something internal that we do not know yet. But that's purely speculation, right? The only thing that we know right now is what? This stock has been absolutely beaten down. All right, HLBZ. Let's go do a little bit more analysis on this. HLBZ. Again, today alone, they are down 6.7%. CEO on Monday buys $2 million. They have 355 employees, founded in 2015. December of 2019, revenue 1 million. December of 2020, 4 million. Revenue December of 2021, $12 million of revenue. They don't have any expectations on what revenue would look like for the end of the year. But what we can see is year over year, they have grown very nicely, over 200% in revenue growth. Right now, they are not a profitable company, though. Right now, they have $44 million in debt. So they are $44 million in debt, and they have $1 million of cash on hand. Their gross profit margin right now is now negative 168%. So from a fundamental standpoint, definitely not anything that stands out here. But again, like I said, maybe they have something in the pipelines. Maybe they have a big announcement that's going to really rocket their share price and get them going and pick up some momentum here. We do not have any analyst coverage, any ratings. There's no coverage initiated on this from what I can see here. And the company offers a fleet of vehicles, including e-scooters, e-bikes, and e-mopeds. It offers a sharing economy that allows users to rent electric vehicles directly from their mobile application. The company is also involved in the acquisition, commercialization, and distribution of contents such as live sporting events and provision of Hellbiz Kitchen, a delivery-only ghost kitchen restaurant that specializes in preparing meals. So a little bit about this company here. So, again, just to answer your question directly, what do I think about HLBZ from a technical perspective? I would not even look at it. From a PR standpoint, a fundamental standpoint, we can see the revenue does grow year over year. They are still not profitable yet. They have a lot of debt compared to their revenue. They're $44 million in debt now. Their cash on hand is $1 million. And their revenue just this past year was $12 million. So let's go ahead and assume they grow 100%, right? Last year, they grew 200% year over year in revenue. Let's say they just do 100% in revenue growth. That would put them at $24 million at the end of the year. That means they're still, again, in more debt than they have revenue coming in. So from a fundamental standpoint, again, I don't really see a reason to be getting involved personally. I want to see companies that are growing year over year. I want to see companies that have cash on hand compared to their debt. I want to see companies that have more assets than liabilities. I want to see companies that can weather storms if I'm going to invest. But if you're looking at a very speculative position, assuming that the CEO is making this purchase because he knows something or she knows something ahead of a press release, ahead of an announcement, then you could definitely look to maybe enter as well. But just understand that it's very, very risky because we do not have a lot of facts and a lot of data to really base a smart trade off of. So just understand that whatever you invest, that's what you're willing to risk on something like this. Same thing like POAI, right? I have maybe 1,000 shares, 1,500 shares of POAI. Okay, it was one of those very, very speculative, buys. The rumor, the what ifs, the what if this happens, what if that happens, what they're doing behind the scenes. And so when I said I'm going to make this investment, it's a very risky investment. I only invested what I was willing to actually lose if that company went to zero. But if something does come from the company and they do grow and they do become profitable, then there is a lot of upside potential. But that's how I approach these personally, is invest only what I am actually willing to lose. And maybe there is something behind this purchase of $2 million worth of shares. And that's how I would really just make sure that we're managing our risk, right? We cannot avoid the risk. We just have to be good at managing the risk. If you see potential based on that data and that information you have, and you're willing to say, you know what, I'll lose $500 on the trade, right? Like I would literally just throw $500 and see what happens and see, again, how that plays out. That would give you the availability to purchase, say, 600 shares. And what if the company and the stock ever gets to $10? It could be well worth it. But again, make sure that you understand the risk before going into it. I think that's a very smart approach. So right now, team, we're just watching HUSA and RDBX. I'm going to just scan through some of these prior day movers that we have and see if anything really stands out to us. RGNX, is there anything here at this point in time? There is not. Already looked at VERU. Nothing really happening there. Nothing with FRGE. Not a whole lot with SIGA today, just fading. We've already discussed IMTE. You do have JAN for a possible mid-candle breakout tomorrow. So I would say let's definitely keep JAN on watch coming into tomorrow. So again, right now at this point in time, not too much really standing out to me. Do we have anything on that hide the day momentum scanner, QTT? So we do have QTT, 125 new highs of day. Why is QTT moving on up? Shares of several Chinese companies are trading higher after Chinese regulators approved some video games for release. So we do have some Asian Chinese ADRs moving higher today. QTT right now at this point in time is currently up 120%. Let's definitely keep this stock on watch here at this point in time. Where could we see QTT go? Right now, I do see some resistance coming on up around 234. And then resistance up towards around that spiking high from March 21st, right around $2.80. So we will watch QTT here into the day. We do have some very nice momentum with the stock. It is a lower float stock as well, trading very nice volume. So let's absolutely watch QTT here coming on up, team. I'm just reading these that feedback in crypto chat while we're just sitting here watching QTT. I'm reading some of these messages here in crypto chat. Alan, you need to buy a new house with better internet. Yeah, first things first. Let's just go ahead and get out of here and get a new home with better internet service. Absolutely. That's the best message in there. Fantastic. I appreciate the feedback, guys. I really appreciate the feedback. So right now, watching QTT. So this is a lower float stock. It is 12 million in float. If we take a look at QTT, 12 million in float. So we know that this stock can move, and it has moved so far today. We have very impressive volume, 67 times the average. We are trading over 10 million shares today at this point in time. Now, besides this stock moving in sympathy with several companies in the Chinese space that are currently moving, is there anything else that we can gather here on QTT to help us get a better idea as to why the stock really is moving? You do have about 4% short interest. Nothing crazy there. So that's really it. Press releases, filings, nothing too much. And all we really have here is Asian ADRs move higher in Wednesday trading. Companies are trading higher after Chinese regulators approved some video games for release, which has increased optimism that the country is easing pressure on its tech sector. So we do have some of these stocks moving in sympathy with one another. So as we have this attention, as we have this momentum and this movement, it is definitely tradable. So let's see if we can get some kind of opportunity here with QTT, lock in some profits here into the day. We officially have 50 minutes to go. So it's between these two stocks, QTT and RDBX. Right now, I am watching RDBX to see if we can break back above 10. We did just break this downtrend on very good volume. Very nice volume for the break of the downtrend. We had this nice, healthy pullback, pretty close to a retest. I mean, we almost retested this downtrend here, but we do have this slight uptrend that we came down to for the third time. Decent little bounce. We're starting to see that curl on back up. If we can see some volume move in over $10 here, we can definitely start seeing some nice action here into the day. If we do start falling back below, I would say like $9.70, that's when we start to see this pull back towards around $9.34 and back down the low a day right around $9 here on RDBX. So let's see if we can break above this $10 area here on RDBX. I do have 1,000 shares right here around 989. 500 shares right below this lower shadow. The other 500 shares manually, finger on the trigger, looking to see if we do start taking on off. And if we do, be able to scale out and lock in a little bit of profits. I took this on my Fidelity account, as this is something that I'm okay with holding for a little bit longer. It's a smaller position, something that I think could get some volume of up $10 and see some good end-of-day action while everything else is kind of fading on off at this point in time. And it's a good opportunity that I see to be able to lock in some small profits, be patient with this on a small position to offset some of those long-term losses. So again, right now, I do have a hard stop of 500 shares underneath this lower shadow. My finger is on the trigger for the other 500 shares. Again, I like to double down, see a quick spike on up, secure some profits. If we do not see that quick spike up, I'll go ahead and reduce half my position, and my hard stop on that 500 shares that I'm really comfortable holding can be underneath that 670 level. Right now it's at 968. 968, and I have a cost basis of 989. So I doubled down, looking for the break of 10, looking for this to open on up, really get some action, really get some volume. If we come back down towards around that 989, I will take 500 shares off the table, and the other 500 shares, I will hold it until I get stopped out, if I get stopped out. So if we do break 10 and we can really see some volume, move on in, and we start breaking above this 1019, obviously you're going to have to take some profits around VWAP here. But I do think if we can break 10 with some great volume and start pushing above that 1016, I don't think it's going to be an issue to see this above that 1035 VWAP. And we could really start to see this thing take on off. There's a lot of hype around the stock still at this point in time. It is one of those stocks that traders are discussing about the next AMC GameStop short squeeze. So there's definitely some potential here with RDBX. It didn't really do a lot today, fading on down, but we just broke this downtrend. We are starting to slowly grind on up and a little bit of an uptrend. Let's see if the stock can re-break $10, get some attention, get some volume, start making a move to the upside. So QTT support right now, I'd put you right around 196 on QTT. 196 right around the trend line as well. Let's see if QTT can pull on back to that 196 prior high, new support, possibly hold this ugly trend line, but it's there. It's something we should be mindful of. And we will see if we have anything coming on up, team. Oh, wow. Good old Josh is at it again. I literally just looked down because I saw a little notification pop through on one of my browser tabs. I'm like, okay. And it was YouTube. I was like, YouTube, that was shut down at 9:45. I looked down, it never stopped. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I had no idea that you guys were still here over on YouTube. We typically shut the stream down every single morning at 9:45. So looks like you guys got a couple back-to-back days. So congrats on that. My mistake there. Moving forward, one thing that we are going to be doing is limiting the live streams that we have taking place on YouTube. I know that's unfortunate. I know that's not what you guys want to hear. But for now, we will be doing one stream per week. And that will be typically on Wednesdays. So next week, the stream that we have open will be here on Wednesday. And we will go ahead and open that stream up at 7 a.m. as we do inside a chat. And we will run that all day. But as far as any morning sessions from 8:30 to 9:45, until I can find a way to make sure that I do not forget to continue to make sure that our members are getting that undivided attention, we will go ahead and just limit those to one session per week. until we can kind of get everything figured out. But again, congrats. If you've been here, awesome. You guys had our scanners, some call outs, some live trades. So yeah. It's one of those things, Beth, that when that market opens, my focus is inside of chat. I'm looking at these stocks. Where's the opportunity? Where's the money to be made? The one thing that I do not think about is clicking those end stream buttons. And today I did, but it didn't stop it. But again, it's okay. I just want to respect our members inside of chat and make sure that they're getting what they're investing for. My undivided attention, all the education and the value that we provide every single day. But I still like to help you guys out over on YouTube as well. So next Wednesday, I will see you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I will see you back here on TikTok in the mornings, like always. Still going to go live on TikToks, kind of get you prepared for the day, answer your questions. As far as YouTube, I'll see you back here next Wednesday on YouTube for our free streaming day. But right now, since it's open for today, we might as well just go ahead and keep it open. Why not? Do we have any questions? Comments, concerns? Maybe I get Cole just to be a moderator so he can manage that for me. When Josh is in the zone, Josh is in the zone. Maybe I get Cole over here at 9:30 just to click a little button for me so I don't forget. Yeah, I know you guys aren't complaining on YouTube. You're not complaining. I wouldn't be complaining either. So right now we're looking to see if RDBX can get that break here over $10. Corey said he got his Lamborghini already, and I haven't gotten mine yet. Yeah, Corey wasn't in chat today. He was out there test driving his Lamborghinis. So if we can start to break 10, we could definitely start to see some nice action with RDBX, but we need to start breaking that $10 level. We do not want to see this cracking the trend line. If we do see that crack at the trend line, probably see it back down around that 964-ish level. But honestly, right now, towards the end of the day, we have 40 minutes to go. If this is going to start to get some end-of-day action, and this is a good opportunity here in Power Hour, I would like to go ahead and see RDBX start to break 10 right here. Because if we do crack this trend line and fade and fall, I highly doubt we have any opportunity into the day with RDBX. So if we can start to break 10, that's where traders are going to move back in. That's where we can have some hype and some action and some decent, opportunity here to the upside. So again, as you guys know, I do have a position at 989 there on my Fidelity account to mitigate and offset some of those longer term losses from my investments that I have. Smaller size, I can let it breathe, and it's something that I can see what happens here. I think I have a great entry. Now it just comes down to where is this going to go and where am I going to start locking in profits? Maybe up here around this 1016 to 1035, right around that VWAP. If this thing really takes on off with some great volume and really starts to open on up, I would be okay with holding this right into the end of the day to see what this stock does. So right now we're trying to re-break 10 here. But the only thing that we don't have is volume, right? So if we're going to break a level of resistance, we want to see volume. Right here, we broke downtrend resistance. We had volume. Right now, we're breaking downtrend resistance and $10. We want to see volume. So right now we are up around to that 1016. And that 1016 prior high, little level of resistance. Maybe you trim a little bit here. I'm personally not going to. I have some breathing room on the stock. We are starting to see a slight increase in volume. We are above 10. We are starting to see this uptrend form now from downtrend to uptrend. We do have these higher lows. Let's see if we can break here over this higher, this prior high and put in a higher high and see if we can really start to take on off, possibly back up towards around some of these prior levels, 1060 to 1069, and maybe even back up towards around that $11 area on RDBX. And we are not missing anything, team. If there's anything that you see that you think has fantastic potential, better potential than RDBX, go ahead and type that up in chat. We'll definitely take a look at it. But right now we have QTT fading on off. VERU sitting sideways. HTCR not doing anything. The only stock right now that is trying to get a break and that possible next leg up is going to be RDBX. So right now, I am putting my stop loss at my entry because I do not want to see RDBX back below $10. If RDBX cracks below $10, I'm not a fan of it. So what am I going to do? Now that I have some breathing room, I'm going to go ahead and readjust my stop loss to $9.89, which is my cost basis right below $10. I do not want to see this come back below 10. If it does, it looks weak. I want to be out of the stock anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and mitigate my risk the best way possible based on what the chart's giving me. I do not want to see this back below $10. So I'm giving it plenty of breathing room for this to work its way on up. We do have room to this VWAP. We're currently up about 30 cents a share at this point in time. Again, my stop loss is at my cost basis, right below $10, $9.89. Still going to give this a chance. This is the only stock right now that is really trying to move on up here in Power Hour, right? QTT is starting to fade and fall. HTCR is sitting sideways. VERU is trying to curl on up, but it looks more like a bearish flag than anything on VERU. So right now we do see that break of the downtrend with great volume overall, looking pretty decent here. I want to give RDBX a shot to see what it can do over the next 32 minutes. We start breaking that VWAP, that is a good sign of strength here on RDBX. I'm not really liking this candle here. Tried to get that break over the prior high. Very strong selling volume here. Back below 10. My stop loss is right there at $9.90 now. So a penny above my cost basis, just in case there's any slippage. I'll be able to get out for a 0 win, 0 loss. Trading this the correct way. And the nice thing is if RDBX ever does set back up here in the next 30 minutes, I could always look for a re-entry. But the last thing that I want to do is have a position and watch this thing dump all the way down to $9. I'm going to protect my capital, put a stop loss in under 10, which just so happens to be my cost basis, and now ride this risk-free Because if this stock is going to get some action, it should see some action above $10. But right now, team, let's go ahead and take a look at VERU, as VERU is starting to kind of curl off these daily lows. Curious to see if we start to see some action here, but RDBX is still on watch at this point in time. SYM. Currently up 82% on the day. Yesterday, a complete business combination with SPAC, SVF, Investment Corp. So again, this was on yesterday. And then here we have Monday, June 6th. SPAC SVFC shareholders approve merger with warehouse robotics provider Symbiotic. That's SYM. So we did have an article and a press release there on Monday. Monday, you saw a little bit of a bounce, continue to fade and fall, and then randomly today, getting some very low volume hype out of the gate. I mean, very low volume, gets halted, gaps up, a lot of selling volume, and now traders, it looks like they're a little desperate. They're like, all right, where is a low float stock that could absolutely rip and run? Up, SYM, let's go run on over to SYM. Because there's not a lot of stocks moving right now in the market. And when you don't have a lot of stocks moving and you have one or two, where do traders go? One or two. One or two of those stocks. So right here, SYM was halted at 1529.08. So it'd be 1534.08. So that's going to be about a minute 30 here on SYM if it's a 5-minute halt. Was this a 5-minute halt or a 10-minute halt? That right here was a very long halt from 9:48 to 10:12. That was a very long halt. That was about a 25-minute halt. Yeah, that was almost a 25-minute halt. So it may not go live in the next minute 30. So if it does, we'll definitely keep it on watch here and see if it does continue. Make a nice little move to the upside. We could see $20 next on SYM. If it is a 5-minute halt here, that would make us live right at 3:34.08. So less than 1 minute to go here. Netflix is in talks to buy Roku. Fantastic. I own Roku long term. That's amazing. That's awesome. I love it. I own some Roku. They want to buy them out? Let's go. But at the same time, I'm like, Netflix isn't even doing all that good. I want Apple to buy them. I want Amazon to buy them. I mean, hey, at least we got Kathy Woods buying some Roku. That's good. That's a good sign, maybe. But yeah, Netflix buying Roku? Man. Might just go ahead and sell the bag. Go ahead and sell the bag. I'm joking. So right now, if we are going to go live, we will be live here in the next 3, 2, 1. Nothing. So let's look for a 10-minute halt. Possibly a 10-minute halt. We do have RDBX still trying to get that break on out, team. I still have my position with a stop in the system, looking to see if we can get some end-of-day action here on RDBX. Yes, SPAC mergers can get volatile. Absolutely. And when they move, but they are very risky trades. Very risky because they move extremely quick, extremely fast. If you're in these stocks, in these trades, you have to be locking in profits very quickly. Just because the stock can go almost $4 in 9 minutes It can come back down $4 just as quick. Right now, I want to shift your focus here to RDBX as we are looking to break this 1016. We can see this up towards around 1060 next. Yes, in 10 seconds. Yeah, you get to rip up $4 in 9 minutes, but in 9 seconds, it's coming right back down. That's how quick and that's how fast these stocks are. So if we were looking at a 303.08, right? It was like, no, 330. 333, 332? My goodness, I can't even do math today, guys. I can't do math today. It was 329.08, so it was going to be 324.08. So let's add an additional 5 minutes. 339.08. So we have about 3 more minutes if this is going to be a 10-minute hold. You know, I like the potential that QTT has. It did come down to that 197 level. Actually came down a little bit lower, right to that 194. Held that, held the VWAP, held the trend line. So I do like the potential that QTT has here into the day. And I may be willing to give it a little bit of a go to see if we get that nice big rip back up towards those highs, as this is one of the few stocks that are actually doing something here in Power Hour. When you only have one stock doing something, what do the majority of traders do? They land on that stock. All right, there's no other stocks moving, but there's one. Where are they going? That one stock. Think about like a club, right? If you guys like going to the club and go and club it. If you're in Terre Haute, Indiana, where I'm from, there's one club. Everybody in Terre Haute on the weekends, they go to the club. Everybody's at that one club. Everybody's there having a great old time because there's only one place to go, and that's where everybody goes, right? But if you go to New York, right, there's thousands of clubs, right? There's thousands. So you could go here. I could go there. Beth is over at that club. You know, Jason's over at the other club down the road, right? They're spread out a little bit more. But when you only have that one stock that's really moving, that's really the only opportunity. That's the only place that you see traders go, and that could absolutely be QTT. You know, you have RDBX still fighting to get a breakout. You got QTT trying to curl on up here, but it's very limited on what's moving right now. So traders are going to be looking at what stocks are moving, what stock has the best potential in the next 20 minutes. They're going to be looking at stocks like RDBX. They're going to be looking at a stock like QTT. I appreciate the kind words. You know I'm not the best with analogies. And just rushing to get back here, being stuck in traffic, threw me off. I did not eat today either. And when I don't eat, and I didn't drink really any water today because I was on the road dealing with everything, I just feel a little thrown off my game. So I'm sitting here trying to be creative with analogies. So I appreciate the kind words because I tried. Could have been better. So right now, it's only these two stocks, team. RDBX trying to break that 1016. QTT has support at 192 with the trend line and the VWAP right around 192. That's your support level right now on QTT. We could see a nice break of this downtrend coming on up with QTT. So let's keep this on high watch and see if we can start to hold that uptrend once again, stay above 192, stay above the VWAP, follow through, break that downtrend, back up, to 134, 135, and then $2.80. We know when this stock moves, it can absolutely move. There was a nice 50-cent rip in literally 10 minutes. Let's keep this on high watch here coming into the end of the day. We have 20 minutes to go. We're up about 30 cents a share on RDBX at this point in time. 30 cents a share. Looking to break that VWAP coming on up. If we start to see RDBX breaking that VWAP and really ripping, we could see QTT dump on off. Why is that? There's 100 traders in the market, right? There's 100 traders in the market. You have 50 of them right now looking at QTT, trading QTT. What's the other stock that's moving? RDBX. So the other 50 traders are looking at RDBX, trading RDBX. If RDBX starts ripping, these 50 traders here on QTT, they're going to be like, this is not the play. This is not where the opportunity is. It's with RDBX. They're going to leave QTT and run on over to RDBX. And if RDBX starts dumping on off, and those traders are like, this is not where the opportunity is, what are they going to do? They're going to leave RDBX and migrate on over to QTT. So right now we do have RDBX starting to break that 1025. Now we need to break that VWAP here coming on up. We start to break that VWAP, RDBX can really start taking on Octane. Currently still long, up 40 cents a share at this point in time. Still holding strong. Not really thinking QTT is going to get that bounce and hold on up. Right now, it looks a little 50-50. If we see a nice little bounce here on QTT, there's still potential to have this break the downtrend for that next leg up. But we need to see this candle really start to jump, really start to bounce. See those buyers stepping in. See that price action that suggests we have buyers moving in at this 192 level, the trend line, the VWAP, that prior high. If not, watch for this thing to crack and dump on off. You got 10,000 shares at 192. You have 10,000 shares at 192, 9,000. He's getting taken out. Look for the dump. Now we have RDBX starting to rip and run, team. RDBX starting to really move on up. What's happening with QTT? Starting to fade on off. SYM is live. SYM is live. Halt level was at 1766. Where's the halt level right now to the downside? 1682. So if we see this candle come down to the 1688 level, we could see a nice little bounce and a nice little follow through back to the upside. So again, right now, halt level 1766 on SYM. Those halt levels really like to hold on up. Those halt levels really like to bounce. Spreads are $1 at this time, team. The spread right now is $1. Very large spreads, $1.50, $2 spread at this point in time. This is a very hard one to trade, team. Very hard one to trade. You have a $2 spread. Now they're about 50 cents, about $1, but those spreads are very large at this point in time, traders. I'd like to see those spreads tighten up a little bit before it tries to break 20. You can see those spreads tighten up by about 10 to 15 cents. I think we could see that right when I said it. I think we could see the break at 20. Getting halted once again to the upside at this point in time, SYM. And we are halted. Not yet. We're still live at this point, and we're halted. SYM halted at 2077. We could have seen this come down just a little bit lower right here to that 1766. That would have been a nice little entry for that halt level bounce on up, but it never came down low enough. Right now, we probably will not see this go live by the end of the day. Since we're this close before the end of the day, we may just see this resume here in after hours. We'll have to see. Right now, we're up 50 cents a share on RDBX, team. We're up 60 cents a share here on RDBX. My stop loss is still at my cost basis. I haven't taken any profits yet. I'm going to hold this as close to the end of the day as possible. Depending on what we look like, I may hold a little bit overnight to see if we get some power hour action. Right now, on a 500 share position, I'm up over $200 at this point in time, only on a a 500 share position. I still think we have some good potential to the upside. I'm still not selling at this point in time. I'm willing to walk away with $0 to see if we do continue to get some action to the upside. TBLT. Yeah, very light volume. That's the only thing that just concerns me, is we had that quick little pop on up over the last about 6 minutes. About a 20-cent move, but on 20,000 shares. So the volume is just a little concerning, number one. Number two, you are coming into a pretty decent level of resistance. You have some resistance right here at this 543. And then we're going to have some resistance here at that 20 EMA, right around 594. We are starting to see that volume pick on up. It's still light volume, but it is higher than the daily average, but it is just light volume, right? Today, we've traded 260,000 shares on TBLT. And right now, team, we'll give it another few minutes. There's not a lot really going on right now at this point in time. Not a whole lot going on at this point in time, team. We have some potential with RDBX, but we see it struggling, not really getting that rip and run, that great action into the end of the day. So it is a very slow power hour at this point in time. So what I may be looking to do here over the next couple of minutes, if we do not see RDBX bouncing off that 1016 level of support. It was prior resistance, new support. If we do not see this bounce at 1016 and try to go through and break this VWAP, I will go ahead and just lock in the little profits that I have, go ahead and call today a day, come back tomorrow, and start all over again and see what we have tomorrow morning. You guys see anything that has potential, let me know. But at this point in time, it is very slow. We're still looking at RDBX. QTT is fading. SYM halted. I don't think this thing will be halted by the end of the day. Typically, when you see halts in the last 15 minutes, especially a stock that gets halted for 20 or 10 minutes, you may just see this carry through into the end of the day. Now we got TBLT starting to get some action. Is TBLT shortable? TBLT is shortable here. I don't even know if I'd want to short this. I don't know if I want to go long. I definitely don't want to go long, but I, at the same time, do not know if I would want to short this stock. No news, no filings from what I can see here. TBLT just getting a nice little bounce. That's about it. Just getting a little bit of a bounce here on the daily. And not a lot of follow through here. End of the day, we had great potential with RDBX. Nothing happening, no follow through. We had some decent potential with QTT. Just couldn't hold on up. No follow through. Now, SYM is ripping, but it's very hard to catch this. Right now, if we are going to go live by the end of the day, we should be live at 355.03. If this stock is going to go live by the end of the day, and we have a final 5 minutes of trading here, it would be live at 355.03. Let's do this. If we have any final questions, comments, concerns, please let me know. I was actually getting ready to look at IGC because I see it's creeping on up on that leaderboard. What's up with IGC? Epilepsy, weed patent. Titled a U.S. patent, method and composition for treating seizure disorders for epilepsy. Marijuana correlation launches new campaign backing cannabis reform to promote equity. All right. So right now, nice action with IGC. Right now, we are right at that level of resistance at 76 cents. IGC. Definitely something worth watching in after hours. 100%. Definitely something worth watching in after hours to see if we get some nice action up towards around $1 on IGC. End of the day press release, getting action. This could carry on over into power hour, guys. So right now, if you're looking at any stock whatsoever here over the next 7 minutes or tonight in post-market and after hours, and you guys like trading in pre-market and after hours, definitely watch IGC here this evening. All right, team. So, final questions, comments, concerns. Please let me know. One stock to be watching tonight in after hours is going to be ticker IGC, dropping a press release right at the end of the day. Typically, when we see these press releases drop into the day in power hour, we can see that action continue to follow through in after hours. So I would absolutely be watching IGC over this 80-cent level up to $1 here on IGC. And you do have some support right around 66, 67 cents. SYM could be going live here in the next 30 seconds. RDBX, I will be watching this as well here in after hours. Right now, let's see if SYM goes live here. See if SYM goes live in the next 30 seconds. If not, it'll resume here in after hours. But definitely watch IGC number 1, say number 2 RDBX here in after hours as well. Ticker IGC. And I don't think SYM is going to go live. It should have been live at 3:55:08. And right now we are surpassed that. So I do not think we're going to see any kind of action with SYM. Probably open on up here in after hours. Probably start dumping on off as traders want to lock in profits. But IGC, most definitely over 80 cents. You do have room to $1. All right, team. So enjoy the rest of your night. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here. Get prepared for a call that I have. Once again, traders, good job and good work. Let's see if this momentum can carry through into tomorrow. Let's see if we can have some great action with small caps and penny stocks tomorrow, like we've had Tuesday and today as well. And let's make sure that we come in, get prepared, get focused to make it happen, to lock in some great profits in the market, guys. Enjoy your nights. And if you have any questions, let me know here inside of chat. If not, once again, good job and good work. Enjoy your Wednesday evening. And I'll see you guys back here bright and early, 6 a.m. as that stream goes live. And I'll be inside of chat right around 7:30. We will make it happen once again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care and have a wonderful night. In 3, 2, 1. And that's a wrap. And that's our Wednesday. Take care, guys. And I'll see you back here tomorrow morning.